was powered by Hulu.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival returns to Las Vegas this September. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Get all of the ticket info at iHeartRadio.com/festival.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Greetings. Thanks for showing up. My name's Alan Cox. Hi. Say hello to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everybody.
Comedian Mary Santora in the studio today.
What up?
Very exciting. She heads to Chicago tomorrow.
Yes.
To do Zanies.
Yes.
If you're one of our Greater Chicagoland Bureau Chiefs listening on iHeartRadio, you can get tickets for her show tomorrow night.
Yes, please.
Right there in Old Town. A stone's throw from Lincoln Park and the Old Town Ale House and the Second City. And, oh, what a time. What an historic evening. There's nothing like a summer in Chicago.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. Right there by the lake. We have a lake here, too.
Whoa.
It turns out.
They're both great.
Somebody told me a couple of days ago. They go, we have a lake here, too. And I said, wow. I only live 3 blocks from it. You thought I would have noticed. But, I'm so caught up in my own world that I barely see what's going on around me.
There's a beautiful sunset on it last night.
Oh, my gosh. I have a sunset story.
Gwen was taking pictures of the Indiana sunsets, the Airbnb that we were in we were in Bloomington for 3 days over the weekend because two of her cousins are getting married, and so they threw this big party with family and some friends. I didn't know the friends, but obviously I've known her family for a long, long time. But we initially thought we were in the wrong spot because the Airbnb, did I talk about this?
No.
The Airbnb was an old motel on a hilltop. It was wild. We walked in and because it's all laid out. There's like a big lodge room and there's like 13 rooms in the thing. There were a lot of people at this thing. And it was pretty wild.
Cool.
But there were amazing sunsets because we're up there way up on the hilltop, and we got the big room in the place because I'm the old guy and I think we were the only 2 people there that were married. Nevertheless, so some decent pictures there. Okay, sunset, get out of the way.
Oh, no,
Bill's he's taking sunset pics up there from Squifle Tower, so if you can top that, I don't know that you'll be able to.
More of an opinion piece here. Got a question for you. Brian and I went. There's my favorite park in Cleveland is Rocky River Park. It's small. It's gorgeous. There's a big tree that I like to sit underneath. There's a playground for kids. I love Rocky River Park.
And you used to live in Rocky River.
I used to live less than a mile from there. So that's the one I would run to or walk to and do my little meditative next to the water. I love this park. And I think it has the best sunset. Okay? So Brian and I went.
Even though it's the same sunset everybody else is getting.
No. This one's better.
All right.
We went to a little tiny diner called Bairden's. I don't know if anybody is familiar.
Yeah, Bairden's.
Love
so
Bairden's.
good. So good. So one of our classic date nights when I lived in Rocky River is we would walk to Bairden's, we would watch the sunset, then we'd get Mitchell's on the way home.
Is it Bairden's or Bearden's?
It's got a little bear.
which makes you think bear den.
Yes,
But
like
I thought-
a den of bears.
Right, but I thought Bearden was the name of the family who owns it. I've always wondered that. Is it
I have
Beardens?
no
Or
idea.
maybe people who are Rocky River natives can clear that up because it's been there since the friggin' 40s.
Yeah. So I thought it was bear den, like a bear.
You could be right.
Yeah, I have no
I don't
idea.
know.
Beardens,
Yeah.
whatever. So we did that, and we got there like 8, sunsets around 9. So we're just, we finished our burgers. We're just relaxing on a blanket and talking. And this lady.
Did you get a milkshake?
No, I didn't get a milkshake.
Oh, they have good milkshakes over
Yeah,
at
I've
Bear
heard.
Dens.
Bear dens. It sounds like what's that deer's name? Bambi, when he's like bird. Bear den. That's what I hear.
All right.
Anyway, so it's probably 8:30, 8:40, so the sun's really starting to get down there. The colors are coming out. This bitch pulls up on a bicycle, parks her bike about 7 inches from our blanket. Whole park. It is not a crowded park. Parks her bike like 7 inches from our blanket and sits directly in front of us. Like you could not be more in front of us. There's an entire row of rocks.
Parks
There's
herself in front of you guys and doesn't give it a second thought.
Not for 1 second. There's so much open seating. She lays her bike down next to us and then just goes and sits directly in front of us on the rock, completely blocking our view. And I'm like, either she doesn't care.
Wait, one person blocked your view of the entire sunset?
Well, from where we already had all our stuff set up. We were laying on a blanket, relaxing, and then she sat. We specifically picked the spot that was right by like the edge of the, not really a cliff,
Yeah, I
but
understand.
where it goes
like
off.
the overlook there.
And she came and sat directly on the overlook,
Yeah.
directly in front of us.
Yeah.
Like, could not have chosen, unless she sat on our blanket, it couldn't have been more inconvenient.
Yeah.
And so we're like, maybe she sat down and she was kind of, she was sweaty. I was like, maybe she's just going to sit for a couple minutes and catch her breath. She sat for the entire freaking
And you didn't say anything?
I didn't know if I should.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not that big of a deal,
No,
but
you
it
go-
kind of is. Where
you
it's
go,
like,
ma'am?
we've been here for an hour.
Right. Ma'am, hey.
Could you move to the left a little?
I mean, nothing.
ass?
Yeah, nothing
I was so
acrimonious, but I
mad.
mean, she might have been so oblivious that it didn't even occur to her.
I don't even think this is oblivious. I think this is, well,
This is rude.
this is straight rudeness.
Well, no, but if she was
in a not
oblivious,
crowded park.
if she was oblivious, then she wasn't even paying attention. And sometimes, if you say something to someone, they go, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." Like people aren't paying attention out there.
But my point is, she put her bike down right by our blanket. There's no way she didn't see
Should've stole
us.
her bike.
I told Brian, I said, I'm going to pick her helmet up and throw it in the lake. She can't get back.
Now, how am I gonna get home?
Right. But yeah, I put a picture on my Instagram story. You can look at it, Mary Santora Comedy. It's Brian and I, and then she's just directly in front. And I'm like,
Is this an older woman?
she's probably your age.
So no, young,
No, so young and spry.
vibrant, spry.
No, she's probably in
virile.
her 50s. Like, she was in her little workout clothes.
Yeah.
And she, biked up there. And I get it. Everyone wants to enjoy a sunset. I fully understand.
But there's a lot of park there.
10 inches to the left or the
Yeah!
right, and you wouldn't have been directly in our way.
That's why I would have said something. Just like hey, ma'am, we're kind of trying, we got a
Yeah.
little thing going here, and would you mind?
Not sitting directly in front
Yeah,
of us.
like a foot, either way. Either way,
Seriously.
yeah. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Why didn't you take the spot that she was in the first place?
Because it's a rock. And we were sitting on the grass in a blanket. What you're saying, I left
I'm
open
just trying
real
to. I'm
estate?
trying to. I'm looking. No, I'm watching the video.
And then there's a picture of her next. But it's just of her back, so people are like, oh, you shame people in the face.
Oh, come on. This is not shaming
It's
anything.
not shaming anybody.
If she's oblivious to you guys, she sure as hell doesn't know you're taking a picture of her.
Looking at it from this spot, I can see there's like a lot of room between you
That's
guys
my whole
and the
point.
edge. So like, I
She
can
could
see
have
why.
sat, like I said, 1 foot to the right. She wouldn't have been directly in our view.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like,
You probably could have asked her.
yeah, I bet she would have been like, oh.
Would
hey.
you have said something?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. I would have said,
I would have pushed
ma'am.
her off.
No, I just
Could've shoved her.
I would have just gone over and go, hey, not to be a pain in the ass, but I'm like, we've been here for a minute, and could I get you to go one way or the other? Because
And tomorrow's our anniversary.
Yeah, we're just
I'm
trying to
only
have a little
home every
lovey
other
day.
week.
I'm not home every other week. Screw you, dude.
Screw you, dude.
When was the last time you were home?
A while ago.
No. it was-
January. But yeah, that was it. That was my sunset experience because I was like, I want
But
to
did
say
she
something.
did she end up ruining the situation for you? I mean,
Not
all
ruining. We had to-
somebody can say is no.
We
Always
had to,
ask.
like, sit up and move our blanket to the right a little bit
Yeah.
so that we could still see it.
Yep.
But I'm like, I bet she's getting, because she had her phone out the whole time. I'm like, we should ask her to send us those pictures because we can't see them.
That would have been hilarious.
Hey, would you mind sending me the pictures of the
You
sunset?
sat down in front of us and we missed the sunset. So could you send us your pictures?
And then, of course, as soon as the sun goes below the water, she gets up and moves.
Of course she does.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Brian, I was like, look at it. It's a pretty purple sky. Isn't that
Still lovely.
Yeah. So we didn't say anything because I was like, I didn't want to cause problems.
Well, the beauty is that very same sunset will happen every day.
But it was clear yesterday.
Until the sun
No
explodes.
Today's gonna be all cloudy.
today's rainy and gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we got
Yesterday
all
was a
nice
very, very good sunset, and it was also like going right over
was
the lake
perfect, yeah.
because this is the time of year when they start hitting right there in the like going over the horizon of the lake. They're not over the land as much.
Is there any chance that she had already been sitting there and you guys sat down in front of her?
No, she rode up on her bike.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she rode up on her bicycle.
Could she have been
Splayed it out.
behind you on her bicycle and then rode
Just
around?
standing?
Yeah,
Behind the tree?
enjoying the sunset
I don't think so.
for an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we got there and like had our food and relaxed.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Well, people are telling me it's Bearden's.
Bearden's.
Which is what we say, but they do have the bear.
That's why I
so
didn't
that's
know.
I was always like, well, maybe it's
A den of bears.
a den of bears. They're just playing off the family name, I guess.
Yeah, there was a rock in front of us, so no, we did not claim
The
rock because it's like slanted too. So for two people to like try to relax on a rock, that's not somewhere you want to lay. You want to lay in the grass, you know?
Yeah.
So
I'm
we
a
left.
chair guy. I don't
We
wanna lay
left
in
a
the
little
grass.
bit of real estate.
Well,
open,
I always
guess.
think it's worth, if it bothers you that much, I always think it's worth bringing it to someone's attention.
And then what if she says no? I shove her.
No,
Cover off
you
the
go,
cliff?
okay, well, then you know where they're coming from. Then
Yeah.
you know she's rude. She's
Yeah.
like, I'm going to sit down in front of somebody else.
And I don't care.
Because some people will.
Yeah.
There's a big park. Ah!
Well,
Oh, you know what, ma'am?
that was our argument.
Gotcha. Yeah, but those
There's a big
people,
park.
man, right.
Yeah.
They got all the other things going on.
Mm-hmm.
You go,
Yeah.
I'm doing all right. I'll move a couple of feet to the right.
Well, this is the same park. After my dad died, I was going to this park a lot. And, well, the way when he was sick, I would just like, because it was about a mile, so I would run there. I would cry there. I had so many moments at this park. So that I think I also have like a probably unhealthy connection.
Well, you were,
to this park,
you were
know?
just attaching a whole lot of nostalgia to
Yes,
it. And this
and
lady was just riding by on her bike. And,
And I haven't been back. I haven't been to that park since probably last summer. It's probably been a year since
Yep.
I've been to that park. And I'm like, you had to ruin it.
you should have walked up to her sobbing.
My dad died, and you're blocking my view of his angel spirit and the seagulls.
You're sitting the rock that I pushed him off of
Cracked his
into the
head.
lake.
Cracked his
yeah,
head right there.
That's right.
You know, died natural causes.
In my arms, natural causes. All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaboration.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Don't miss.
Big Sean. Camila Cabello. Doja Cat. Gwen Stefani. Hosier. Keith Urban. New Kids on the Block. Paramore. Shabuzi. The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett. Victoria Monet.
And more.
Don't miss your chance to get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
Wasteful Washington spending is driving up the price of everything in Ohio. Groceries, gas, housing. Senator Sherrod Brown has backed President Biden's agenda 97% of the time, including voting to allow spending tax dollars on illegal immigrants. Senator Brown voted to allow $500 million in COVID checks for illegals. And Brown voted in favor of taxpayer-funded health care for illegals granted amnesty, while some American citizens can't afford to see a doctor. Brown even voted with Biden to give illegal immigrants Social Security benefits for work done illegally. Call Senator Brown at 216-522-7272 and tell him to support S3578, the Protect Medicaid Act, and vote against reckless, out-of-control Washington spending on illegal immigrants. Ohio families need cheaper gas, food, and housing, not handouts to illegal immigrants who haven't played by the rules. Paid for by One Nation. www.onenationamerica.org.
Hey, it's Charlie, and summer is here, and the deals are hot at Classic Chevrolet in Mentor. Come in now and take advantage of their extensive inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles at unbeatable prices. See my dude Jeremy Hamilton for an appraisal on your trade. He's beaten all offers. Lease the brand new redesigned Chevy Trax for just $269 per month, or the award-winning Silverado 1500 for $369 per month. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet in Mentor, or online at driveclassicchevy.com.
Leases are 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $3,499 due at signing, plus taxes and fees.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Summer's here, and you're at work. Make work a lot tastier with delicious summer savings from Easy Cater, the #1 site for workplace catering with over 100,000 restaurants to choose from. Save up to $40 when you order from participating restaurants. These scrumptious discounts are available exclusively on easycater.com. So order some food for work and make both your team and your food budget happy. Order now at easycater.com. Orders must be placed and received between June 24th and July 5th. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon announces its biggest sale of the year. Our lots are stocked with over 2,000 new Chevy Silverados, all at inflation-busting prices. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP or 1.9% APR financing on select Silverados. That's right, up to $10,000 off your new Chevy Silverado. Take advantage of these unprecedented savings. Visit Rick Limbers and his team today at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon, the #1 name for Chevy. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 1st.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
People have asked us if Dr. Pepper tastes like Dr. Pepper. Elizabeth from Dallas said,
Dr. Pepper tastes like how it tastes, no cap.
You're not wrong, Elizabeth, but we brought in a flavor sommelier to exactly describe the delicious taste.
Yes, on the nose, I'm getting sweet, charismatic, very unique. Now I'm going to take a sip, covering all 9,000 taste buds. Aerate it, warm it up. Driving up that top note, it's an aromatic ballet on my tongue, a fine balance between all 23 flavors. Yes, that's a winner.
Tasting 23 flavors in every sip? It's a Pepper thing. Inspired by real fan posts.
It's summertime, and you gotta try the new Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut Zero Sugar. It's that Dr. Pepper flavor you love with the taste of coconut. Stop by your local Kroger and grab a case of Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut Zero today.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our greater Cleveland area financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America NA, member FDIC.
If your summer celebration includes drinking, designate a sober driver or call a Lyft. Use promo code DRIVESAFECLE for $5 off your first 2 Lyft rides. Declare independence on the 4th. Sign the Safe Drivers Pledge for a chance to win a $50 Harry Buffalo gift card.
When something happens to your kitchen and you say,
"This is ludicrous,"
you get...
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm.
That's right. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions. Served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Join us for Cleveland Guardians baseball tonight at 6.
Freeman with a drive. Deep left field. Goodbye!
Coverage begins with Guardians Live, followed by all the action on Bally Sports and stream in the Bally Sports app.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Play, learn, and compete at Engage Virtual Range. The ultimate indoor shooting adventure, Engage Virtual Range offers something for everyone. Select from a variety of training classes or just shoot for fun. Perfect for corporate outings, group events, and parties. Learn a valuable skill while building your confidence and marksmanship in a risk.
Bolin, Matt Frederick, and Noel Brown introduce you to the world of stuff they don't want you to know.
We've officially entered the age of biohacking.
History is riddled with unexplained events.
Is somebody messing with us?
Now, it's time for some answers.
Take us to the edge of the rabbit hole. We'll do the rest.
Listen to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff They Don't Want You to Know and start listening.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Come, my lady, come, my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come, my lady, come, my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Such a sexy, pretty little thing. This paper bitch, you got me sprung with your tongue ring. And I ain't gonna lie, cause your loving gets me high. So to keep you by my side, there's nothing that I won't try. Butterflies in her eyes and her looks to kill. Time is passing, I'm asking, could this be real?
Do you remember the name of this band?
It is
Everybody remembers the song. It was their one hit.
Crazy Town.
Crazy
Town. That's right. A frontman with a young man named Seth Binzer. He went by Shifty Shell Shock. He died yesterday. 49 years old. I can't believe the guy made it that long. This guy had trouble from the jump. And that's kind of what got them in front of people. You know, they're very much in your face. But this song was basically all they had. They had...
well, because the rest of their stuff was a lot harder. And then they had this pop hit.
Yes, and so when people would see them...
coming-of-age movie.
Yeah, well, they sold... I mean, it was off their first album, and they sold a couple million copies of that. But after, they couldn't keep that going. A lot of fights in the band. He had a hard time getting along with the other guys. You remember a couple of years ago, we were watching the video. These guys get booked for a gig in, like, South Carolina, and he and the guitar player fighting each other. They're, like, brawling backstage. And they bro-hugged and made up, I guess. But wasn't he on... he was on one of those Dr. Drew shows, like Sober House?
Yeah,
or
I think so.
The Surreal Life or something like that. So...
I don't remember which one, but yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of trying to make the most of whatever pop culture cachet he had. But, you know, you look at the guy and you figure out he'd been dealing with some stuff.
A few years ago, he went viral because he was performing this song at a Guitar Center.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? And he was missing teeth.
Yeah, he was in bad shape.
Did not look good.
Yeah, so, you know, subsequent albums didn't really do much for them. But they would get the occasional gig here and there. But they haven't determined the cause of death. But I think maybe, you know, you can infer what happened. But he was...
natural causes.
Died at his home in L.A. 49 years old. And again, I can't believe he made it to almost 50.
According to Alan, everything is natural.
Everything is natural. Natural causes. Everything comes from nature, right? So in one way or another, everything is natural causes when you die. So R.I.P. Shifty Shell Shock. I met the guy one time. When this song was blowing up, I think I had just gotten to Pittsburgh and they were doing a show for us, and I talked to the guy for a few minutes. And a nice guy. I mean, he couldn't have been nicer. But, you know, kind of the way he described his life at the time and the way the band was just starting to blow up, you're like, oh, this is going to end very poorly for this guy. But again, I'm glad that he made it to 49 because, I mean, you know, 25 years ago talking to the guy, you're like, oh, this guy's not going to make the next 5 years. But Butterfly, of course, was their big, big song. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio and you do it from out of state, tell me where. I'm thinking of our Chicagoland bureau chiefs because Mary's at Zany's tomorrow night in Old Town. Joy is out in Lombard.
Mm-hmm.
If Joy was listening, that's probably 45 minutes into the city.
You can do it, Joy.
Andrea lives in Riverside. That's that's southwest suburbs, but she could make it up there in 30 minutes.
Can do it.
To see you?
Actually, Joy, do me a favor if you are listening. You're on my mailing list, right? And if you're not on my mailing list, you should sign up. I sent you an email with information. I don't know if anybody's getting these emails because I send them out every city I go to. If anybody's within, I'd say 75 miles, I'll send them an email and be like, hey, I'm going to be in your town this weekend, whatever. So, Joy, since we know you listen to this show, check your email and tell me if you got it.
You don't get a receipt or anything like that.
I don't get anything, and I've never had anybody respond to it. So I'm wondering, not even like a, hey, thanks, or see you this weekend. So I'm wondering if maybe it's always going to spam, and I'm wasting my time sending these emails anyway.
Right.
But I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, again, those are just the people for whom it would be a quick trip to see Mary. Any of our bureau chiefs could go see Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gaylord.
In Chicago. Put your money where your mouth is, Gaylord.
Quick flight.
Yeah,
40
drive.
minutes?
Just drive.
Yeah.
It's 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm driving.
That only costs $300 or $400 in your Bronco.
Not a big deal.
And there's large amounts of construction in and around greater Chicagoland area right now, but.
And I'm in Detroit this weekend, Royal Oak, Michigan. So Cleveland people, get in your cars, drive to Detroit, Come see me. I don't understand what the big deal is.
I feel like we've got Detroit people too.
Got a ton of Detroit
I was thinking we
people,
had somebody in Royal Oak, but no. But Brent listens in Leavenworth, Kansas. I don't know how far of a trip that is.
Probably
but,
pretty close.
Who else? Adam listens in Elmore, Vermont. That would be a long trip.
That's a long trip. That's too much.
Colleen is our new bureau chief in Sarasota. Christian listens in Tulsa, Oklahoma. David and Megan are in D.C. And when do you go back to New York?
The 7th. The 6th.
The 6th.
What day are we back on air?
We're back the
8th. So then I'm driving. I have a show the 7th, so I'm driving back the 6th, next Saturday.
Well, when you get back, you're going to have 2 fewer coworkers.
Uh-oh. Who got fired?
Carolina and Greg T.
I don't know what
over
station?
at KTU.
Really?
The morning show. Yeah, they blew him out after 5 years.
Wait a minute.
You know her, don't you? Or him?
I don't know. I think that might be the people who
That means there's an extra studio.
Well, here's what I was going to say. There is a morning show. I don't know if it's this one, but there's a morning show somewhere in New York that the 2 people hate each other so much.
It's these 2.
That the guy has to use my studio, which is when I get in there and stuff doesn't work.
It's them.
So that makes sense then, because I was like, why is everything messed up every day? And they're like, we have 2 people who can't even be in the same room together.
I think it's them.
They fired both of them.
They're at KTU. Well, here's the thing. These are just 2 former Elvis Duran people that they put on the air together because it's the same company in the same building.
Yeah.
But like that dude, he had been on the Elvis Duran show for like 20 years.
Did
He's
he
like,
have a
all
nickname?
right, time for me to hang out my own shingle. Huh?
Did he have a nickname? Because
I don't
everyone
know.
on there has nicknames.
I don't know. But the Carolina, she'd been around for a minute. But they teamed the 2 of them up, and it didn't really work.
When did this break?
This morning.
Okay, because you go to click on it, and it's already off the iHeart website.
Of course. They wipe you off the face of the earth, boy.
They don't mess around.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So KTU's had a hard time getting something going there for a long time. They used to have a guy named Cubby Bryant.
They play music.
Who was there? Yeah.
It's not a talk show in the morning.
No, it's music.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, if people aren't paying attention, then that's tough. Especially when you were sitting there for a long, long time, on that Elvis Duran show. So anyway, when you get back, maybe you can take one of their spots on the email list.
Yeah. You got 2 less on the New York City email.
Yeah, that's right.
I've never seen this girl.
Carolina Bermudez.
She's cute.
Yeah, I mean, she's done a lot of New York television, and she's been on the radio for quite a bit.
A lot of her stuff's on E!
They teamed her up with this guy who had come over from the Elvis Duran show.
Why'd they get fired? Because they couldn't get along?
I don't think anybody's listening to that show.
Oh.
So they'll probably find some other show they can just plug in there, and, that's the way the business works.
No, because everyone in New York says, they do not track. That's not, you cannot put, this is what I was told, is that specifically in New York, you can't put anyone in out of market.
No, not out of market, but somebody that they can put in other markets from New York. If you take a show that already has some affiliates and you go, hey, want to come to New York?
I get what you're
it's
saying.
Pure speculation.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's just they may do that. I don't know. Because if you're going to find 2 new people and slam them together, why not just work with these 2 and go, let's figure out how to make this work? Unless it was a matter of them going, I can't work with her, I can't work with him.
And then they both just don't work there anymore?
I don't know. I mean, I can't see anybody voluntarily giving up a morning gig in New York.
Well, that's why I'm like, I'll send an email and be like, hey, give me this job. And then I'll be like, no, just kidding. I can't wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
By the way.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I missed a dentist appointment at 7:30 this morning.
Oh, you missed that appointment?
It's too early, dude. I shut my alarm
off. But it's a
off.
dentist appointment.
It's just a cleaning. It's not like
you know it's important to get your teeth cleaned, right?
I understand that. I just
yeah.
had them cleaned in December, which I understand was 6 months ago.
Yeah.
But I can also get them cleaned in New York. It was just so early.
All right, no, listen.
I woke up and I shut my alarm off and I was like, I'll get up in 5 minutes. And I woke up at 10:30 and I was like, sorry guys.
Woke up at 10:30. Oh, man.
So what I'm saying is if I could cancel, actually no show a dentist appointment at 7:30, I could probably do morning radio.
But how would you do that?
Look at your face.
No, but how would you do that?
What do you mean?
Well, if you're on stage till 1 a.m.
No,
or
this is
whatever.
a complete joke, dude. I sleep till noon.
Oh, I
There's
don't know.
no
I know.
way.
I know plenty of comics who've
Yeah,
done
I mean,
morning radio.
way.
Jimmy Norton.
Jim Norton has done
And
it
he
for
hated
25
it.
years.
And he said you never get used to it. You're
Yeah.
tired every day. It's the worst type
But-
of life you can have.
Yeah, but
He made a lot of money doing
You
it.
never get used to morning radio at all.
Yeah.
People are like, "Oh, I take naps." Like when I've done mornings, I can't take naps.
That's what I'm saying.
And I also can't go to bed at 7 o'clock like I'm in the 3rd grade.
Yeah.
Like when I first met Gwen, I was doing mornings and I wanted to hang out with her all the time. So we'd go out. I was just talking to her over the weekend. I go, "Boy, I don't know how I did it, but I did it." I mean, we'd be out till like 1.
Yeah.
I'd get up at 4:30. I was getting like 3 hours sleep a night.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
It is.
I don't function on less than like 9, 10. Dude, if I get 7 hours of sleep, I'm a miserable person.
Wait, you can't. Getting a lot of sleep is good. You can't function on less than 10 hours of sleep?
Not that I can't. That's not the right term. Not that I can't function. I am very bitchy. Like tired and hungry are two emotions I cannot. Is that an emotion? Feeling?
I mean,
tired and hungry?
Yeah, those are I don't think they're emotions.
State
but
of
yeah.
being?
Sure.
Those are two states of being that are very, very difficult for me to not be a complete ass
Huh.
to everyone. If
Well,
I'm
no,
tired or
I get
hungry.
it. Like I'm never hungry, but I can be tired. Yeah.
You get bitchy?
If
When
I'm tired,
yeah.
it's got to take a lot. I have to be like exhausted
Yeah.
for me to.
Be real cranky.
Yeah, but that's just because like I got a 8-year-old running around, so
Yeah.
it's But yeah, it would take a lot for. But I mean, it's been done. People have done it.
Ugh.
Time management. Not ideal.
No. When I get my spots from the stand and they're like, you have a 2:15 a.m. on a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I have to
Oh,
get work
cool.
in 2 hours.
Yep.
Like, absolutely not.
That's right. Damn it, Alan, I've been getting up at 4:30 a.m. for 20 years. I can't even force myself to sleep past 6. That's Noah. He's one of our Pittsburgh bureau chiefs. Well, I know that if I get up at 5:30 in the morning, I know that if I will either wake up before my alarm, or if let's say I didn't set an alarm, I would never sleep past 6.
That's crazy.
Well, I think your brain just gets used to whenever you normally wake up. And they say you're supposed to wake up the same time every day, like 7 days a week. So like on the weekends, I won't set an alarm, but I'll still wake up 6:05.
So sleeping into you is 7:30.
Oh, yeah.
You'd wake up at 7:30 like I'm so relaxed.
Oh, no. But I never wake up feeling
rested.
Relaxed. Well, sometimes, but it's like, no, I don't. I'll just wake up at 6 o'clock.
Brian gets up. He's a garbage man. So he gets up and he's out of the bed by like 5 a.m. He's out of the house by 5:30. And every day. And there are some Saturdays I'll call them. Like if I haven't heard from him and his daughter on a Saturday morning, I'll call him at like 11:30. And he'll be like, sorry, we just woke up. Because he's like, I'm exhausted. It's a physical job. I do 60 hours a week.
Yes.
And then he will sleep all day, like take a nap on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he's the kind of person who needs to catch up. Which I know they say you can't catch up on
Well,
sleep,
and it can't, but it can't hurt to try either.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not doing manual labor, obviously, but
you're doing mental labor.
I'm doing mental labor. Also, I have to go to a break here, but I did want to mention somebody very quick because he was a big deal in radio, and I think some people of a certain generation might remember him here. He has lived. A guy named Tom Kent passed away, and he was 69. He had had cancer for a couple of years, and he lived in suburban Cleveland. I'm not sure which one, but I know that he lived out here for like the last 30 years. He wasn't from here, but this was a guy back in the day who was a big deal in radio. I know he worked in Dallas and Philly and here and Pittsburgh and Miami. He was one of those journeyman jocks, but he was syndicated for a long time. I just remember when I was a kid, he was on WLS in Chicago, which was like an 80, it was 890 AM. But back in the day, all those AM stations were music stations, were pop stations. And I was a kid, but I remember Tom Kent on WLS. It was a radio station that you could hear states away because it was AM. He was here in Cleveland a long time ago on a station that used to be called WGCL. It's now, what is GCL now? It's It's NCX now. If you're familiar with WNCX, it used to be WGCL. And this guy, Tom Kent, because I remember Truckin' Tom Kent is what they call it. And so he'd go, Truckin' Tom, Cookin' Kent. One of those old boss type jocks. And he was a big, big deal for a long time. I didn't even realize that he lived out here until somebody mentioned it to me. But this is a guy who had one of those careers in this business that you can be really happy about. I mean, we're talking 70s, 80s, 90s. This guy worked for every goddamn radio station in the country, every big radio station. And I saw a thing this morning that Tom Kent had died. And I only met him one time, very briefly. He was meeting my program director at the time when I was on the air in Chicago many, many years ago. And I just kind of shook his hand and said hello. But he was, back in the day, Tom Kent was a big, big deal. And I didn't realize that he made his home in this area. But if he had been around still, he probably could have taken that KTU gig. He could have been on there. So anyway, that's a real bummer. So if Tom Kent's family listens to this program, that was a very, very talented dude and a well-liked guy. I got a break. You want to send a text 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Sun's out, bun's out, and just like that,
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, we're going to go see Third Eye Blind. They are coming back to Cleveland this year. They're headlining the Summer Gods Tour, and they're bringing special guests Yellow Card. Remember them? And Arizona. It's next Friday. You don't have long to wait. July 5 out at Blossom. If there are still tickets available, you'll find them at livenation.com, along with all the other info on the show. Third Eye Blind on the Summer Gods Tour. These tickets are for you if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians win last night. It was a real barn burner in Baltimore against the Orioles. That was the first of three. 3-2 the final for their sixth straight win. Jose Ramirez's 20th home run is what wins it for him last night at Camden Yards. And they are on their way. They're playing them again tonight. We roll out a couple of minutes early. 6:05 on MMS is your pregame coverage with your first pitch 30 minutes later. So tonight and tomorrow, 6:05 pregame. And then the Royals come to town for the weekend. That's a 4-game series. That's Thursday through Sunday. And then the Guardians go to Guaranteed Rate Field. No, I'm sorry. The White Sox are in town.
The White Sox come here. I think we go to Kansas City.
Yes, I'm sorry. We go to Kansas City, and then the White Sox come here. Well, maybe I'll get tickets for a White Sox game. We're off next week.
What are you going to do?
Oh, that'll be fun.
Better get them fast because tickets are selling because they're winning so much.
Yeah, winning a lot.
And that's a week that a lot of people go to baseball games anyway.
Yeah. Well, why not me?
Mm-hmm.
Why shouldn't I be among them? A lot of people, I get the feeling that July 4th is pretty low key for a lot of people this year. You know, normally we're kind of bombarded with information about what people are going to be doing over the 4th of July, and I haven't. Maybe I've just gotten considerably less popular. That's probably the more likely explanation.
But you're so young.
And vibrant, Mary. I'm a newly minted 53-year-old. I'm actually in my 54th year.
When did that happen?
Yes, you are.
On my birthday.
Which was?
This year.
Technically, you just mentioned your birthday, so pony up the dough, brother.
Mm-hmm. Give us our money. You don't have to pay everybody, just us.
Oh, good.
Just me and Bill.
Mm-hmm.
A little bonus.
Mm-hmm. I don't care if you pay Mary.
Hey.
Just pay me.
People are leaving their messages on the iHeartRadio app for you, Mary.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
In light of those two getting kicked off the air in New York, it is time for Pound Cake's redemption arc.
Oh.
Let's have the Perry and Mound Cake Show. Mary and Pound Cake Show in New York City. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. How about that?
I'd do it.
Mary and Pound Cake there.
That would be the bitchiest morning show you've ever heard in your entire life.
KTU used to be a disco station back in the day, so they've carried a through line. You know, RuPaul used to do mornings at KTU.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and so it's always had a tinge of that in it. Pop dance kind of. Yeah.
Well, when you think about this, let's play this out. Cody has double the radio experience that I have, and he went to school for it.
Yes.
So if that were to happen, Cody would be running that show. He would be the guy, and I'd be Cody's sidekick. Cody would have
Still, I have to think, Pound Cake still does stuff for Pride Radio, for iHeart.
Yeah, the morning cake or something.
I have to think that I have no reason to suspect that he's not living his best life right now.
Yeah?
He's not, I can't speak for him, obviously, but, he's got a new gig.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing things.
Yeah, living a life. He's got health insurance.
Does he?
Yes.
Hey, that's a big help.
That's a huge
when
deal.
When you get health insurance, yeah. Well, that's when people go, oh, why does somebody leave their job? Because the new one has health insurance. That's why.
The new one said, you go get your eyes checked. Let's see how they're doing,
God, insurance is just through the roof, man.
Why don't you just go ahead and, you know what? Have a doctor tell you your BMI is too high. Why don't you go ahead and have that
your
happen?
BMI.
Thanks, Doc.
Appreciate
I
you.
had no idea.
Yep. I don't have any mirrors in my house. I couldn't tell what was going on. Alan, why did the Hawk Tuah girl go viral? I guess I'm not getting it. Because it was so, for the subject, I think the subject matter, it was so kind of sweet. And I don't know. I can't get enough of the Hawk Tuah girl. I won't lie to you. Haley, whatever. She's finally starting to sell her own merch. Everybody else ran right to their T-shirt presses and started making Hawk Tuah merch, and she should be the one making it.
Yeah, you can never know exactly why things go viral, but that one was just the way she was so excited about it, and she's kind of cute, so people just ran with it. It was fun.
And the remixes keep on coming.
Oh, yeah.
Hawk to it. Hawk to it.
Yeah, I love it. And if you follow her on Instagram, I think she finally made her Instagram public, you'll see a lot of pictures of her and the girl that was with her in that video. And a lot of duck faces and whatever, doing what young girls do. But you got to think that other girl is just so pissed it wasn't her. Just so mad that it wasn't her, Alan, July 4th is on a Thursday, so a lot of people have to work Friday like Christmas and New Year's is on a goddamn Wednesday. Is that what that is?
I don't know.
July 4th is on a Thursday.
I feel like July 4th has always been kind of chill, though. You either go to, like, your town's fireworks. It's like a cookout day. You go to a friend's house,
yes,
or you cook out at your own house. I've never had, like, a big blowout.
Well, it's like
4th of July.
every other year that, like, we'll host. But otherwise, it's like, who's doing what?
Yeah. Where are there going to be hot dogs and hamburgers?
Hot dogs, hots and hams, baby.
That's it. That's all
right.
I need.
Uh-huh.
We're going down to Lancaster to my brother. I've said it before. That's a little hillbilly town, and I think they blow their entire year's worth of Parks and Rec budget on the 4th of July celebration.
Yeah.
It's a huge parade and a giant fireworks display, and, like the food trucks and face painting is a carnival, whole carnival. So we're going down to Zumbizi Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the water park attached to the Columbus Zoo.
I've never been, but I've seen
awesome.
exit signs for it.
It's really cool. And the Columbus Zoo is awesome, too. But the water park is giant, super fun, and they have stuff for, like, all ages. So we're all going to go down there.
This is outdoor?
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like a water slide in a hotel type of thing?
No, dude. I like the Kalahari and stuff like that. Yeah. Every time I go to one of those, I get sick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like those indoor ones, you just feel like you're in a...
It's disgusting.
It's just chlorine and just human frap.
And it's just you're boiling in it because it's 90 degrees in there. There's no open air. But
it's like a greenhouse.
So we're doing that Wednesday. And then we're going to my brother, staying overnight and going to my brother's on Thursday.
Okay. One of our Detroit bureau chiefs said that... one of our Akron bureau chiefs said that maybe they'll come see you in Detroit because they were going
Akron.
Well, they were going to Toledo anyway.
Hey.
So they said maybe we'll go. When are you at Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle?
Just moved to Toledo.
Oh,
so
they
should
finally
go.
there?
Yeah, they're there. They just got there, I think, yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And they're
going to
settling
need a
into their
break.
new place.
They're going to need a break this weekend.
Yeah. Well,
this weekend, Thursday.
This weekend, okay.
It's Tuesday. I'm there Thursday to Saturday. It's in
They
2
might,
days.
Oh, you're trying to get them to go up to your show?
Everyone.
Yeah.
All of
Everybody
America.
get up there.
All of America.
That might be tough for them, but I'll let them know.
Thanks, buddy.
I'll let them know.
Well, good for them.
Toledo.
And just
Finally back in Ohio.
Leave your 8-year-old daughter at home. She'll
She's
be fine.
Just tell her not to touch the oven.
Mm-hmm. Don't touch any dials or anything like that. A Dave Matthews Band is at Blossom tonight. For people asking me, no, I do not have tickets for you. But they did announce that the very last show of the Blossom concert season is Post Malone.
Oh.
He's getting ready to drop a country album. And so he's going to be touring in support of that. And so I think this is when we see the Kid Rock pivot from Post Malone.
You think?
Yeah. Because it's
He
pretty.
already has that #1 song with Morgan Wallen.
It's pretty lucrative. He's kind of got a leg in both, kind of hip hop and country kind of thing. So he's gonna be out of block. I think it's October 1st.
That
People who pay attention to those kinds of things.
The song with Morgan Wallen is called "I Had Some Help," and it's
That's
like
the guy that throws the N-word around all the time.
He did it one time.
Throws the N-word and chairs off of roofs.
He's not a.
This guy loves throwing things.
He doesn't have a good grip on. I think he's just got famous and he's like a douche. Like he's just a party boy who got famous and has money. And,
Yeah, I get it.
You know?
A lot of people do that, though, and they don't drop the N-word.
Correct.
Yeah.
That part is bad.
Yeah.
That you can't really explain. He shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, but it also got
That's
him.
bad.
But the way this country
That
is, people are like,
skyrocketed his
people are
career.
like, oh, wow, I use that word too. I'm going to go buy his albums.
And again, I am not excusing what he did at all. Using the word is terrible under any circumstances. But the guy's a good singer. So a lot of people who had previously not heard his music, then this whole big thing blows up, and now they're drawn to his music. Whether or not they, like Bill is saying, like, I love that word, or if they
No, I
just looked
understand.
the guy up.
Yeah, I understand.
And he's got a great, what's it called? Collection of work.
A catalog?
Catalog.
A
that's the word
musical
I'm like-
catalog?
Yeah, he's got a good catalog, and everyone's
Yeah.
like, oh, I actually really enjoy this guy.
Right.
That is what I like to think happened, and not it was a bunch of other hillbillies. Like,
I think it was
great
a little
choice.
of both. Probably a little of both.
Hey, listen, we've had the conversation a billion times about separating the art from the artist, right? So,
it's his art really that bothers me the most.
I know.
I don't think I've heard a song of his. I wouldn't
Post
know.
Malone one is pretty poppy. It's like very. It's a very
all
mix
fine.
of pop
It's just
country.
not what I listen to. So I mean, I can't deny the guy's popular because when I was in Nashville, he sold out 3 shows at the football stadium.
He did that. He was
It's
in
insane.
Indianapolis the same time I was.
Yeah.
I had some help.
I had
Is that
some
what it's
help.
called?
This is like I don't know if it's still #1, but it has been for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
when it
Post
came
Malone
out.
is like the go-to. He's done stuff with Ozzy.
Did stuff with
and
Taylor
The
Swift.
Weeknd.
That
And yeah,
him?
he's the guy that I guess that you go to now.
This is Post Malone. But this is the vibe of it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he's dropping a country record and he's touring in support of it. So if you're a Post Malone fan, I don't know if he's going to be doing any of his old bangers or what, but he's doing Blossom on October the 1st.
That was I took Brian to that a couple years ago for his birthday, the Post Malone show, and that was a blast. It was right after he broke his ribs.
Yeah.
And it was a really fun show. Like he's got these like weirdo dances that he does, and he's a good entertainer. We had a lot of fun.
So, yeah, congratulations to him. His ribs are all healed.
I would assume.
And he's back to perform for you.
Alan, Chris from Banghamton. Man, I am a big fan of Half Baked. And I was a little disappointed when you said it was Jeff Brewer that did the line when he walked out of the McDonald's, man.
It wasn't Jeff Brewer.
It was Guillermo Diaz that did the line, man. Come on. Get it right, bro. Do better.
Chris, I'm disappointed that you called Jim Brewer Jeff Brewer in your message castigating me for misquoting. Yeah, I always envisioned that as Jim Brewer in that
No, it was
movie.
Guillermo Diaz.
Guillermo Diaz, right. But not Jeff Brewer, Chris. As a big fan of Half Baked.
Because when Jim Brewer gets fired from his job, he does a
Jerry
Maguire parody. Yeah.
Who's coming with me?
Who's coming with me? Oh.
Well, the Florida Panthers ended up on the right side of history. They were going to make history no matter what happened last night.
This is the way they wanted to.
This is the they won the Stanley Cup. Had they lost, they would have been the first team in almost a century in the NHL to blow a 3-0 lead. But they beat the Edmonton Oilers. It's got to suck when you are a Canadian hockey team. And I know there's Canadian players everywhere. But when you're a Canadian hockey team and a legacy team, really, that gets beat by the Florida team. I don't know what kind of draw the Panthers are unless they're in the playoffs. But it was their first Stanley Cup that they won.
Florida trying to end it up against the wall, which would be fitting. 3 seconds to go. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
So the Florida Panthers have been a team for 30 years, and it is the first Stanley Cup that they've ever won. They started in the 93-94 season, and they set the record for the most points by an expansion team in their first season. I think they were in the Stanley Cup Finals last year, too. They played Vegas, I think. But they've been there a couple of times. They got there in the mid-90s, like 3 or 4 years into being a team, they got to the Stanley Cup Finals. And somebody beat them. Colorado, I think. So one of those teams beat them.
I kind of love this for Florida, though.
Well, it is funny. I mean,
because of all the Florida things to do, winning a hockey tournament, I feel like.
Well, it's also going to drive you crazy
not?
if you're on one of those teams and they don't really draw.
Yeah.
You know, like the Lightning have won. The Panthers have won now, right? I think the Lightning won a couple of Stanley Cups. And so
I think, like, for me, when I think about Florida, none of it really makes sense. Florida is just such an enigma. And so a Stanley Cup
it's a wild place,
That's
boy.
what I'm saying.
Florida's
so
a wild place.
A Stanley Cup championship only plays into that for
Yeah.
me, where they're like, make Florida make sense. You can't. You look perfect.
As soon as the game ended, I texted Jason, our old PD, and I was like, hey, congrats, man. Way to not blow it. And he was...
Is he a Panthers fan?
Yeah. And like, he is...
Because you can be a Lightning fan, too. I know he's on the east coast of the state.
He's
but
Panthers.
Panthers
And
are the
he's
Miami
pretty
team.
Pumped about it. So
Yeah.
and I could tell by the text that he was probably celebrating.
He's like, yeah.
Thanks so much. I love his Panthers.
Yeah. Alan, a great case study of why I hate the public. What story? I'm so hyper-focused on making sure I don't inconvenience people and mind my manners, and no one else does. And people couldn't care less.
I think this about
the lady sitting in front of us at the Suns.
Just now they're getting me. Okay.
Maybe.
Well, again, I think, and I don't know if it's old-fashioned. It could possibly be. I just think manners are a real good thing. And people can complain that, like, nobody has them anymore or, like, damn kids, whatever. I'm like, it doesn't affect me.
Yeah.
It's not going to change. I understand, the whole, well, if you're not doing it, I'm not going to do it. But I'm like, I get why that's attractive. But manners are a big thing with me.
But then I'm also thinking, like, maybe she's having a bad day.
Right.
Well, you never know what
like
somebody's doing.
With that. Yeah, maybe her dad died.
That's what I
too,
mean.
And like, and more recently, and she's not over it.
Going through a divorce or something and needed a bike ride to get out of her head. And
But that's why I said it wouldn't have to be like a snippy comment to her.
Yeah.
Hey,
move, bitch, get out the way.
Pardon me.
Psst.
Yeah, we were over here.
You're hogging
Sorry
the
to bug
sunset.
you. Sorry to interrupt your sunset. They're doing friggin' construction in the back of the wall here. It's like they're bowling or drilling through the
That's
wall.
like thunder.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be coming through. People have to be able to hear that, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
Distracting.
Yeah. Well, me and Bill are both trying to look at each other and listen at the same time.
Running
What happens all day long here, too,
Yeah. What are they making?
I don't know. I've heard so many different things. I mean, when we first moved in here, the word was right next door to us it was going to be one of those axe throwing places, but then that fad went away.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell I don't know if it's going to be like an office thing.
I think
it's
Cleveland
retail. I think it's some kind of retail establishment. I don't know what, with the condos going in next door.
Yeah. Which it says, like, now leasing.
Yeah.
Like, immediate occupancy. I didn't even know that they were immediate occupancy.
I was going to let that. Immediate occupancy.
Immediate occupancy.
Immediate occupancy, everybody.
I didn't even know they were ready yet. That's crazy.
Alan, the Avalanche swept the Panthers in the 96 finals. Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah.
But if these
they
guys
made
had
it there
if
that
these guys
early.
had blown a 3-0 lead, boy, that would be one for the ages. That is not the one you want to be known for.
By the way, people really get a kick out of yesterday when we ended the show. I said something to you about the stream, like, hey, we can cut it off now. But then, like, you must have hit something that it started it up again, and that wasn't the one that I had going. So I ended the stream that we had going, and people were like, oh, the stream's going. But it's just the dark room.
Yeah, nothing to look at.
I know, and people are like, they keep bringing it up, and I'm like, guys, it's not that big a deal. Just like,
why would they?
I don't know, but like they just keep talking about
But
it.
why would they be watching a dark room?
That's what I'm
What else are you
curious
gonna do?
about.
Something might happen.
Oh.
It's like a horror movie. You never know. Be more entertaining than that Skidamarink BS.
Oh, did you watch Skinamarink? We talked about Skinamarink?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what that reminded me of. Like, you're just watching the corner of a door frame for 4 straight minutes with no dialogue.
You guys going to go see, anybody seen the preview for Long Legs?
No, what's it about?
Oh, it looks intense. It's supposed to be
About
awesome.
spiders?
Nicolas Cage is a serial killer, and this FBI agent, there's an occult element to it or something.
Thursday, July 11th.
July 12th it comes out, I think, but the advance word on it, I think it's an A24 movie or it's a Neon movie or something, but it's called Long Legs.
This has tickets for sale, Cinemark Valley View and Regal Cracker Park at 7 o'clock Thursday.
Yeah, I want to go.
That's when they do the preview screening.
Yeah.
The scariest film of the decade.
Supposed to be awesome.
Let's see this.
I just
Well,
love that
can't wait.
Nicolas Cage went from everybody making fun of him because he was basically doing every movie offered to him because he needed the money, to turning in like full-on bonkers movies,
got-
good movies.
This trailer has 10 million views.
Yeah, it's intense.
Very, very dark. I'm probably not getting the full effect not listening to it. Just
I'm
watching it
looking
with the
forward to
sound
it.
off.
I want to see Bike Riders. I heard that's really good.
Oh, with Elvis and Tom Hardy? Elvis and Bane?
Yeah.
That movie's gotten pushed. That movie's been in the can for like 3 years. I didn't think it was ever coming out.
When
okay.
you get a helmet, you have permission to ride.
It would be very painful. You're a big boy. For you. Okay, if you want those Guardians tickets when the San Francisco Giants are in town, I got a 4-pack with your name on it. That is for next Friday at Progressive Field. It's a 7:10 start. We'll do those coming back. 35192. Want to text me for anything else or hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
To exclusive NBC play-by-play action of Team USA, plus NBC's top Olympic moments, original Summer Games podcasts, and live hourly updates from the games in Paris on the iHeart app and right here on this station. Be sure you have the free iHeart app, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
iHeartRadio.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, your Cleveland Guardians are going to be hosting the San Francisco Giants. R.I.P. Willie Mays. Next Friday, July 5th. It's a 7:10 pitch at Progressive Field, and you can be there. Make sure you have that MLB Ballpark app. Whether you go to one game or a bunch, it's pretty invaluable to have on your phone. Tickets and info and all that stuff. You can download on that app there. So I've got 4 tickets for you for next Friday night. Guardians, Giants at Progressive Field. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The poor air quality. Oh, the air quality is bad?
It's bad.
That's been a complaint about this thing for a decade.
The more exposure folks have,
The Alan Cox Show.
the more likely it is that they'll be sick.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Night skies finish last. You're running out of gas. Your sympathy will get you left behind. This time you're at your best. When you feel the worst, you feel washed up like the train. Pressure cooker, bang my brain and tell
I always thought this was an underrated Green Day song. Nice Guys Finish Last. Off of Nimrod, I think. Yeah. Of course, they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And
Well, this whole album was overshadowed by Good Riddance, Time of Your Life, because that was such a massive hit for them.
Yes.
That all the other songs on it, which this is a phenomenal album.
Yeah.
But that song was just so popular.
it was a supernova song, man.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, it's still the song that launched 1,000 proms and high school graduations.
Our 8th grade, like, farewell,
Everybody's 8th grade farewell.
our 8th grade farewell, like, assembly.
Yeah.
One of the science teachers got up, Mr. Zarilla, starts with a D, D-Z-U. He got up and played Good Riddance on with the guitar. Hope you had that time.
no.
He sang it to us. I'll never
I
forget
hope
that.
you had the time of your life.
He was pretty cool. He was like a lanky dude. He wasn't very cute,
Better at the guitar than the singing, probably.
but he was like a dorky science teacher. And then I remember all the girls were like, he's kind of hot. Like after he played the guitar.
That's
and
why
sang.
dudes start playing the
Yes.
guitar. Man. That's all it takes.
Little 14-year-old girls though.
All it takes.
Yeah.
I remember when I've talked before about when I first moved to Kalamazoo, Michigan. I got fixed up with a girl just because she was at Western Michigan University. She was in the aviation school. And we got fixed up by a mutual friend just because we were both from Chicago, right? I was new to town, didn't know anybody. She was also from Chicago. They go, oh, yeah. This was the girl who had a twin.
Oh.
And this twin, sister of hers, at the time, was the most vile human being I had ever met. She could not have been
the evil twin.
She could not. They looked exactly alike.
Bort.
Did one of them have a? No, Bort's not.
Bort's not the evil twin?
No,
No.
it's just a.
What's his name?
Hugo.
Hugo.
Oh,
You're
Hugo,
right,
yeah.
You're right.
He's in the attic.
Yes.
Yeah. They feed him fish heads.
And
But Bart was actually the evil one.
Right.
So I was dating this girl. She had a twin sister who was just terrible, terrible. And her sister didn't like me. I didn't like her. But because it was a locally owned radio station, the general manager had this big party at his house every year. He had a big house. He had all the staff there. And because there were enough musicians on staff, he goes, people should bring their gear, and then we'll just have like a house band in my
jam
house.
session.
A little jam session. So my program director played the guitar, like the midday girl played the bass, I played the drums. And so for whatever reason, she brought her sister. And her sister told me later that night that she goes, well, Alan playing those drums, that was hot. That's all it takes. It's why people pick up.
She hated you, but
yes!
then you played the drums like, all right.
It's all it takes.
Yeah.
I wasn't any better looking.
Yeah.
I looked exactly the same. That's all it took. You put somebody behind an instrument and something happens.
Or if you just showed that you're good at something.
Okay.
There's a lot
You don't
of
even
that.
have to be good at it. Even if you're just learning an
helps.
instrument. Well, it helps to be good
Yeah.
at anything. But I mean, even in the beginning days of learning something, people who don't have any musical acumen or don't play an instrument, I don't know why, but I'm always kind of surprised when I meet somebody who's never played an instrument.
I'm terrible. I have no musical abilities at all. I can't
Really?
sing. Instruments
You never
are
even
foreign
tried to
to
like
me.
learn to play guitar or anything?
I've played Guitar Hero is the closest I've ever come to playing an instrument.
You
Like,
can play Guitar Hero. You can learn to play guitar. It's not that hard.
it's one of those things where I'm like, I also have a complex where if I
You
don't
aren't good at it right away.
if I
you
don't pick
wanna,
something
yeah.
up immediately, then I don't really
Oh, well,
have
that's
an interest
ridiculous.
in doing it. I know.
Most things you're not good at right away.
That's not true. I'm good at a lot of things pretty quickly,
Yeah, but a musical instrument requires a lot of practice.
which is something I am not ready to do.
Oh.
I'm not dedicated enough.
It might be a good hobby.
Wait,
for
so
you.
anything you're not good at right away, you don't stick with it?
99% of the time.
But you're a stand-up comedian.
I thought I was I quit school after my second time on stage because I was convinced I was going to be famous.
But this is what I'm saying. We know that, but then like as what usually happens, you'll like bomb for a year.
But that didn't happen before I quit school. I didn't bomb until I had already dropped out of school and moved back home.
No, understood. But then you spend that year going, oh no.
Well, because I had no other choice at that point.
I
I
see.
was like, I'm either a bartender
Out of
forever
desperation.
or I learn how to get good at this, you know?
Yeah.
When Brian and I first started dating and he told me he played the drums, and I've never been, I mean, I think it's hot when you have a talent. Sure, I care if you care about something. It could be anything though. If you love bowling or you love playing darts or you love being a drummer, that's great. So when Brian, like I came over his house and he like played the drums for me the first time, I think he was expecting a much bigger like, oh my God, that's so sexy reaction. But I was like, I've never just heard the drums until he played it. And it was very loud. And it was very hard to determine what I was listening to.
Drums are not a panty dropper.
No.
A guitar,
Yes.
it's simple.
There's a melody.
Well, you can play it acoustically. If it's electric, you plug it in and it's right there.
Yeah.
You can play a song that they know.
Yes.
Drums, you have to love playing the drums because you're not going to impress anybody other than other drummers. You're
But
not.
if
You're not
at
getting
a show and you're
That's
playing
different.
along, that's a different thing.
Well, that's because you're
But
with
yeah.
the band.
You can hear the whole song.
Yes.
So when he like played the drums for me the first time, and I was kind of like, this is really loud. Like I wasn't like, oh my swoon, that's amazing. I was like, this is really loud, and I'm glad that you love it. But I'd be fine if I never heard it again.
Yeah. Especially the music he's playing.
He's playing metal
He's
music.
playing death metal. Yeah.
So that's the other things that I'm
But
like,
he's got. I assume he's got jazz chops and things like that. I mean,
I'm sure that
is
he
he
does.
self-taught?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you skip a lot when you're self-taught. I mean, I taught myself for like the first couple years, and then I started taking lessons like when I was 12.
Yeah.
But by that time, I'd kind of developed my own rudiments. But if you only play one kind of music on any instrument, that's extremely limiting.
I'm sure he can and has played other kinds of music.
Yeah.
But my point is, when you say that's all it takes is to play an instrument, I don't think that's the truth. I mean, Dick played the mandolin for me, and it didn't do anything. I mean,
Well,
shut
you're
up. Yes, it
50
did.
years
You
younger
called
than
that
he
beautiful
is, too.
thing.
There's nothing that guy was going to do that was going to get you all worked
so I'm
up.
saying I think it might depend on the instrument, you know?
I think and how
and the
good they
skill
are at
level,
it. Yeah.
and if they're already hot to begin
All right,
with.
let's put Mary to the test then. If you're watching at AlanCoxShow.com, just focus on her, and let's see here if her pupils dilate, if she breaks out into a sweat.
Let me see it. Let's see that beautiful thing. Wow.
That's when you knew.
I did. Give us a little something.
And the weather
The weather. That's my favorite part of this whole thing. The weather.
Nothing's hotter than making excuses for your instrument. Better or worse than your 8th grade science teacher playing Green Day?
Worse.
Oh,
Surprisingly.
all right.
Surprisingly worse.
It's like a child playing the ukulele, like
Yes.
just playing along with the lyrics,
And
strumming
then
with it.
I'm also like, he could have made this whole song up.
Right.
Yeah. This honestly reminds me more of like the little girl that goes, I want to see your butthole. Have you ever seen that viral video where it's just like a little girl playing a toy guitar and just singing about a butthole? That's
an old one,
Yeah,
right?
it's an old one, yeah. My girlfriend's a very good singer, and whenever she sings, like we'll go to karaoke and she'll sing, and like I love watching people's reaction as they're like, "Oh, this person's good."
Mhm.
Like that is definitely a turn on.
What about when Dick played saxophone for us? Did that do anything for you?
Better than mandolin.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, it's not always going to turn you on. Did I do anything for you?
Nope.
Nothing?
911 emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine. Ah.
Piano's a big one for me. Like watching somebody that's really good at piano makes me like I'm very impressed by it, but I'm also just like incredibly jealous, especially when it's someone that's just like, what's that song? And they just like
They just start
and
doing
they
it,
just
yeah.
know and they just know how to do it.
I grew up.
Different part of your brain.
I grew up with
Yeah.
a piano in my house. And
Me too.
I didn't like pick up. My dad played guitar and piano, and my dad, by any measure, was not a guy who was largely like moved by music.
Yeah.
But he was a real good guitar player, played piano. Piano was one that I just never, I think it's got a call to you, right? Like my son plays the saxophone, my brother played the bass, my daughter taught herself to play the guitar and the piano and all that. You know, it's got a call to you. You have to want to really immerse yourself in it. So for people who are like, oh, I didn't pick it up on day one.
I've never even had fun trying.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you don't want to do it,
Yeah.
you shouldn't do it.
Well, because I feel like you can not be good at something, but enjoy it. Where you're like, oh, this is something
fun, yeah.
I want to learn to be good at because it seems fun and I'm interested in it. Every instrument I've ever touched, I've been like, this isn't.
Well, and for me, I kind of had a flair for the drums. So if I had to really, really work at it, I mean, I did. I mean, you take lessons and you learn how to do things you didn't know how to do before. But if I had started with like dragging myself down to the basement to practice,
Right.
that's a whole other thing. I don't think anybody should be doing anything like that.
Yeah.
Because it's expensive to play an instrument.
Yeah.
Right?
But it is fun, and there is an engage like guitar. It's so fun to just like pick it up every once in a while, and I need like I'll go through phases where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get good again, and then I'll play it for like a month, and then I put it down, and then don't pick it up for 2 years. But it's piano was the one where we had one in my house, and even when I was in the Philippines, I would play on the pianos at the churches that we go to, but it's I could get my right hand pretty good, but then as soon as you have to use two hands, it's a whole nother ball game, and my brain would just go haywire.
And then your feet.
Yeah, and then you get the feet.
Your
Yeah,
little
Like
pedal- whatever the pedals
I didn't
do.
even
I don't
think
know
about
what
the
they
feet.
do,
I was like,
but
I'll get the feet one of
they
these.
do something.
But I was trying to like trying to play with two hands is a feat all in of itself.
Yeah, it is. Alan, my husband and I are both professional musicians. If either of us are playing, the other gets immediately turned on. It's true. Well, yeah, but you're both musicians.
Mm-hmm.
And again, drums, you can't pick out a melody. You don't even know
It's
what the
very
hell's going on.
difficult, and-
Even if you know the song they're playing, it's
Yeah.
less fun than when the whole band is, you're like, oh, it's Ride the Lightning. Okay.
I've never seen Brian play in a band. I've never seen him like perform.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that would send me over the edge.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
When you're on a stage
yes.
or when
and people are enjoying it.
Yeah.
And he's got that skinny little tattooed drummer body, so he'd take his shirt off in my fantasy.
In your
he has
brain,
his
he
shirt
would
off
take-
and he's
yeah.
all sweaty and he's going at it. That I'm sure would be like, get in the car. But to just be in your jam room listening to you make noise on a drum
Yeah.
set is a little bit more difficult.
Yep.
Hey guys, hate the show. Podcast listener here. I'm listening to the best of on one of the days you played this week, and I heard Michael Rappaport, which begs the question, who did you interview that maybe you didn't think you liked as a personality, but turned out to be a good interview or seemed to be a good guy? That was Michael Rappaport for me. Who would that be for you that maybe you've had on the show? Hate you. Love me. I don't know. See ya.
I liked Rappaport. I know there's a lot of people who don't
He's
like
a
Michael
crazy
Rappaport.
person.
Well, because he kind of really puts a lot of that on. But I didn't know what to expect, obviously, when we had him in. I think the worst thing, I've interviewed so many people over the course of my career, I can't remember everybody. But, I mean, just going, if I were to go through my phone over the past 5 years on this show, I guarantee there would be people I do not remember interviewing who've been on this show. But for I think
What's
back to
his
like,
question? Someone you thought would suck and they're better?
yeah,
Okay.
I think more about guests I just couldn't lock in with. Like a couple of months ago, I was going to have Billy D. Williams on the show, played Lando Calrissian, and he was, and I talked to him. It was something that I was recording, and I was going to play that day's show. And I just could not lock in with him at all, and I never aired it. Because I was like, there's nothing there. I just couldn't lock in with him. I've talked to Johnny Rotten a handful of times over the years, and it's like, that guy, you don't know who you're going to get. You're either going to get Johnny Rotten or you're going to get John Lydon, or you don't know who you're going to get. So, I don't know. Some people's reputations precede them, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you go, oh, I know who this person is, and that's how it's going to be. Because you never know.
Yeah.
Rappaport was great. I thought there was a thought in my mind. I was like, oh, he could come in here with a big
Guns
chip on his shoulder.
blazing.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
big chip on his shoulder or whatever. But it wasn't like that. Jeremy Renner. That's a guy that a lot of people said he had a chip on his shoulder. And I had him on years ago. Not here in Cleveland, but. And he was great. Very nice guy. But,
Jeremy Renner. Who's the author?
That's James Renner.
James
That's our friend
Renner.
James
Okay,
Renner.
I was like,
the
there's
true crime
somebody
author.
who's a
Jeremy
friend.
Renner is he
He's
was
the guy
in
that
Mission Impossible. He
yes.
got run over by the
Yes,
snowcat.
yes.
He's Hawkeye in the superhero movies.
I
and
get those two confused.
He was Dahmer back in the day. But the rap on Renner was that he was one of these guys who I don't know. I'm sure he's changed a lot since that accident too, but I mean,
Well, he's even saying like
it was many years ago that I
he's
talked
like,
to
I'm
him.
not up for any challenging roles anymore. He's like, I don't want to do any challenging roles. I'm good. Just give me some cupcakes. I can make some money and just be the guy that just goes, bring them to me.
Trying to live his life.
Yeah.
Sits behind a desk.
I get that. But I don't know that there's anybody who jumps to mind that I thought was going to be a jag-off and wasn't. It's usually the other way around. You just can't lock in with somebody. Like you just don't vibe with them. It's not their fault. It's not yours. It's just like they can't. Some people just do interviews to promote what they're promoting, which is what they all are. But if they're all business, that's a hard thing to go about because then you're just like, okay. Like Matt Damon. I had Matt Damon on in Chicago. And I was like, okay, this guy is going to be X.
Yeah.
And he was Y. He couldn't have been, he was game, he was fun, he was there to like play around. But,
I think what came to my mind is when we had Adrienne Iapolucci in here. she
hated my guts.
She was
didn't want to be
open
here.
about how much she didn't like you
Yeah.
guys.
And I was a fan. The only reason I'm like, nobody knows who you are. I'm trying to sell tickets for you. I think you're funny. Yeah. She couldn't have cared less.
The first thing she says when she walked in, she looked at you and Bill and goes, why do you guys have the same haircut? I was like, damn, bitch. Like, we're starting
And I didn't know
there.
what she was talking about. Yeah. I was like, but again, I thought she was goofing around, right?
No.
She's a comedian.
Yeah.
But yeah, she did not want to be there.
What's really
And
funny.
I'm like, dude, you're not doing me a favor.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help you sell tickets because nobody knows who you are. If you're not a comedian.
I've heard really crusty things about her.
Which is
just
fine.
going,
Well, that's like-
to like different comedy clubs where they're just like, we're not having you back because
That's her. I mean, from everything I've heard, that's kind of her vibe.
Yeah.
Is that she's just like, I'm good at what I do. I don't really care if people like me.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you're good at what you do if nobody comes to see you do it.
Yeah.
And if the clubs don't want to have you back because you were
Right.
miserable to deal with.
But she also
You can be hilarious in your living room, and who cares?
She also makes a ton of money opening for huge names. So I don't know that she cares. To be 100%
then
honest,
fine.
I really
Then-
don't think she gives two craps.
Well, then that means that that headliners feel comfortable not getting smoked by her.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can cash the checks.
Yeah.
But first of all, that's got nothing to do with me.
Sure, I agree.
Right? You're not on the Burt University friggin' Hall of Fame show.
Yeah.
Doing hilarities.
Yeah.
I don't need you here. I'm trying to hang out and get to know you. So yeah, she did not want to be here, boy.
But I'm saying the opposite way, where you're like kind of excited and you thought she was funny.
Yes.
And she came in here and was like, F you.
Right. And it doesn't make her any less funny. I still
No,
think she's
not at
funny.
all. Yeah.
Yeah, she's very funny. But we did not groove. I got a break here. Want to send me a text for anything? 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal had her last divorce hearing to finalize everything yesterday. Don't know if it went through or not. The judge
dollars, more cents. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, another season comes to a close with the Alan Cox Show on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Very last trip that we will be taking is tomorrow night with young Bill Squire as your host. Local comedians are your tour guides for the Funny Bus. But we do Wednesdays in May and June. And our very last one is tomorrow night. So if you want to join Bill, I have 2 tickets remaining. I think the bus is otherwise sold out. So you'll get the last 2 seats for tomorrow night. They do tours all year long. So if you strike out here, you can still find a tour at funnybus.net because it is a lot of fun. But arguably more fun when we're there.
That's right.
So Bill will be your host tomorrow night. Leaves from Collision Bend around 7 o'clock. Last 2 tickets for you. Be caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Reason I got on that whole Green Day thing is because they're one of the 30-plus artists that are getting added to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, which I thought everybody had to pay for, right? Or you got to have people sponsor you. I didn't realize that they did them in big chunks like this. Hollywood Walk of Fame has selected 36 entertainment professionals to get stars. Prince, unbelievably, does not already have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The guy's been dead for 8 years. Trey Parker and Matt Stone, of course, the guys that created South Park, will get a star. Keith Urban gets one. Ironic that a country artist is named Urban, but nevertheless.
From Australia.
And from Australia, yeah.
We got lady
Nothing
hair.
about him makes sense.
Lady hair.
Very lady hair.
Music producer Jimmy Jam. Actor Joe Mantegna, who you might remember as Fat Tony. I don't know if he still does Fat Tony on The Simpsons.
I don't see why not.
I just can't recall the last time Fat Tony was on The Simpsons. Niecy Nash. Everybody knows who Niecy Nash is?
Mm-hmm.
Reno 911.
Yeah. Reno.
And a lot of other things.
New boot goofing.
Why?
It wasn't her line, but still one of my favorite moments from that show is when Dangle gets new boots and he's new boot goofing.
Fantasia Barrino. Remember her from American Idol?
What's she doing?
Getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. They range in age this year from 39, she's the youngest person to get one, to a woman named Toni Vaz, who is 101. Wow. She was Hollywood's first black stunt woman and the co-founder of the NAACP Image Awards. Jane Fonda. How does Jane Fonda not have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, for Christ's sake? She's 86.
They had to give Donald Trump one first.
Wow.
Duh.
Emilio Estevez. Chris Wallace. Depeche Mode. Another band in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Colin Farrell. David Beckham. Alan Cumming. He's been on the show. He was attached to Bill's animated
whatever it was
Mormon
be,
project. Yeah. So the honorees were selected from hundreds of nominees a couple of weeks ago. And those are the people who are getting stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So Depeche Mode, Green Day, the Isley Brothers, and Prince are already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And George Strait is also on this list. Prince had an Oscar before he got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The B-52s, Busta Rhymes, woo-ha, woo-ha, got you all in check. And now he's going to be on the Jessica Chastain, Robert Englund, of course, famously played Frederick Krueger in a series of horror films. Nia Long, Hacha Hacha.
I felt very old when I made a Freddy Krueger reference and no one in the audience got it.
Where was that at?
That was at the stand on like a weekday night. I was practicing some clean jokes to potentially do on TV. And one of the jokes I talked about living next to a boiler room and dates being like, who's that weirdo next to the water heater? And I'm like, oh, don't worry about him. That's just Mr. Krueger. Freddy, he can't hurt you while you're awake. And everybody just kind of like looked and I was like, okay, is it not funny or do you guys not know who Freddy Krueger is? And they were like, we don't know who Freddy Krueger is.
Really?
And I was like, get the hell. I mean, that first movie came out in like, what, 1985?
Yeah, but it's also been remade.
I know that. But
Man,
when
he's
was
like
the
a
last
legendary
one?
moment.
Yeah.
But that last remake was what?
10 years ago.
At least?
Yeah, Jackie Earle Haley.
So if these people are 22, they were 12 when the last Freddy Krueger movie came out? And I was like, come
I
on,
just thought it was
guys.
enough of the zeitgeist that
You would think.
yeah.
Well, then you have to, is the reference been updated for that kind of crowd?
No.
Oh, you got to find a contemporary horror reference.
But he's the one who hangs out in boiler rooms.
Oh, I see. It's
That's
tied
why
into a whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's why it was like, oh, Freddy Krueger hangs out.
Well, now, did you ever do that at a college?
No, I'm trying to get 5 minutes of
It's a new
clean-
joke.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
trying to get 5 minutes of like clean material together to potentially do on television. And most of it works. It's lame. I don't really like clean material.
No, but I bet that joke works in
Wait a
any
second.
group
What?
older than 25.
I don't like performing clean material. I like watching clean material. I don't think I'm a good enough writer to write clean material.
Really?
The stuff that I have that is clean, I don't particularly like.
Tell us the whole joke.
No, I'm not telling you.
Tell us the whole Freddy Krueger joke.
That's it. It's just a.
That's
it's a
it?
no, it's a tag in
And
a
then-
longer
okay,
bit
all
about
right.
living in a garden apartment. That's all. The whole point is the 18-year-olds didn't know who Freddy Krueger was.
You don't have enough confidence
It's
as a writer.
18-year-olds that go there at night?
It's 18 and over. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it's not far from NYU.
So you're not confident enough as a writer to write clean material?
I don't like it enough. I don't think it sounds like me.
You
When
need
I'm
to, you need to
doing
be cursing to sound like you.
It just sounds lame
Without the cursing?
without the context.
Those are just
I
shortcuts.
want it to be like dark and edgy and
But that's got nothing to do with with
Life.
cursing.
I don't know.
You can write all that stuff and it can be all those things, but you don't need expletives in it.
I know. That's what my manager keeps saying.
Well, I'm surprised at the Freddy Krueger thing, I guess, because yes, those movies are 40 years old.
I was
but
surprised.
I thought that was enough of like a legendary character.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he would.
So they also
Like, I know
wouldn't-
my kids know Freddy Krueger.
They also
but
wouldn't
they're
get
also older than 18 now.
That's what I mean. Well, I mean the oldest people in there couldn't have been 30.
Yeah.
You know.
So they also wouldn't get if you had thrown out like Jason or something like that.
What they
Yeah.
also want to get if you said, "Hey, I'm trying to get a set on television
Yeah.
on a late night show," they'd be like, "What's that?"
Right. Well, after the set was going so poorly that afterwards I go, well, I'm not going to do that on Jimmy Fallon like that, and they kind
they're
of
like,
like
"Who's
chuckled. I'm like,
Jimmy
do you guys even know
Fallon?"
who Jimmy Fallon is? Like, get the
Well, it's New
hell out
York.
of
I
here.
mean, they know who he is.
Right.
He's got a ride at Universal Studios.
Yeah.
We went on the Jimmy Fallon ride when we went to Universal just to go inside and get some air conditioning. We got a Tonight Show ride where
But
you're
yeah.
flying through the air chasing Jimmy Fallon in an air car or something.
So
Wow, so they don't know Freddy Krueger. But
And
that's instructive. That's
I
interesting.
asked a friend of mine, she's like in her 40s, and I was like, is that reference too old or was this crowd too young? I was like, because I feel like it would play on Jimmy Fallon's YouTube. People are going to know who that is.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Well, my thought is always
that reboot was 14 years ago.
That's
now.
what I
Yeah.
mean. See, then I feel so old when I was like, damn, dude, if these kids are 22, they were 8 the last
Well-
time a Freddy Krueger movie came out.
But also, like when I'm writing stuff for this, I'm always trying to come up with a contemporary reference.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if you're young or old. If you're old, you're living now.
Yeah.
I don't mean like a deep cut. Like people, if you're 45, 50, you're not going to make a TikTok reference and they're going to get who you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But my thought is always like, if there's it's just that some of those figures in pop culture
You would think.
have been around for so long
Yes.
that clearly they've hung out for a minute.
Right.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that kind of shocked me. And my friend was like, I'd either cut the joke or find a way to update it. I was like, but there are no, like...
There's no other...
What's another boiler room character?
Or even a horror movie.
Yeah.
There hasn't been, like, a lead horror villain.
I mean, the closest is like...
Art the Clown, but even that's a crap
No,
shoot.
but I'm thinking more
is.
like Saw is the closest one.
That was from, like, 2002.
And that's
That's
still a long
older.
time ago, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. The Babadook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, even that, how long ago did Babadook come out? Probably 10 years ago.
10 years ago. The crowd might be too young.
You might be in luck, though, because
I made
think
a
they
Jerry
might be
Springer
doing
reference, too.
another...
That didn't do anything.
Because you can't just be writing for 22-year-olds.
No. I would never.
Well, no, just because you don't know what they know and don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Jerry Springer and Freddy Krueger in the same 5-minute set. Not going to play. I'll tell you that much. Not going to play.
Yeah, but only in that room.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a new Freddy. You might not have to change it. You might just have to be patient.
Just gotta
because
wait.
There's a series coming out on Max
Oh,
called Fred.
Perfect.
No, that's fake.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's AI. Yeah, that's fake.
Damn it.
Oh, was it about the preamble where what did he do? Did he kill the kids? Did he rape? What did he do?
He killed
to
the
kids?
children.
Yeah.
Just because he hated kids?
Oh,
Because
they had DJ Qualls as the...
Yeah. No, because the parents got together and thought that he was a pederast, but he wasn't. So they thought he was a pedophile.
Right.
He wasn't. They locked him in the boiler room and burned him alive.
Right.
So he comes back to haunt and kill the children of the Elm Street parents.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
So he was wrongly accused,
Correct.
killed, and now has vengeance.
Having vengeance in their dreams. Yes. If I recall correctly, and I think that I do.
Okay.
I thought
That's
he was
the Freddy
a
Krueger.
pedophile.
I don't
That's
think
what I
that
thought
he was.
He was like killing kids, and then they burned him, and then he came back.
I think his vengeance came from the fact that he was unfairly accused by the parents of that town.
Did Freddy Krueger touch kids? Is the first thing that comes up when you type, did Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, I don't think that he did.
Oh, this says he did. Well, in the 2010 remake, Freddy's backstory is that he was a groundskeeper at the school, and he tortured and sexually abused the teenagers of the film when they were children.
I think that they retconned Freddy Krueger, though, for the remake. Because then why would he come back to kill the... I mean, if it's a revenge tale originally, that makes sense. If he was a legit pederast, why would he come back to kill or to haunt children, you know? I don't know.
So, according to Reddit, they're saying that it was always kind of implied that he was, but never blatantly said in the original movie that he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was doing some stuff.
Okay.
Someone says this is in the height of the daycare sex
Oh.
abuse panic?
No, I'm sorry. Okay, so here's the original, 1984. The parents explained that Freddy Krueger was an insane child murderer who killed 20 children but was released on a technicality. He was then burned alive by the victim's parents because he got off on a technicality.
Got
so
it.
he was
did kill.
he
Okay,
did
that's what
kill.
I thought.
Okay.
I was like, they didn't just burn this guy because they thought he might have touched someone.
Well, kids tell stories all the time
Yeah.
that gets people in trouble. Yeah, okay.
So he got off on a technicality.
Burned
and then-
alive by the victim's parents who lived in their street seeking vigilante justice. Krueger, now a vengeful ghost, is killing the friends out of revenge and to satiate his psychopathic needs. You'd think that would all go away once you died.
Mm-mm. Unfinished business, babe. Recipe for a ghost.
It is. And just a pinch of sage. You know how they hate sage?
They do.
My favorite scene, I am not going to say in any horror movie because there were so many good ones in the 80s, but my favorite scene in that movie is the very end where Nancy's leaving and her mom is waving, and Freddy comes through the window of the front door and pulls her mother through this tiny, that is so clearly a dummy of a woman, so that they can get it through the tiny window of the front door. It is so
very
hilarious
funny.
to me when you go back and watch that.
I think Johnny Depp dies by getting clamped in a bed.
Yeah,
Isn't
the
that how
blood
he
in the
dies?
ceiling. Yeah, yeah.
Whereas like the bed folds in half and then it squishes him.
Well, no, I think he's dead by then. Like, then Freddy gets
he slashes him.
I think
Okay.
so, yeah.
I also remember how scary it was when I was a kid when he like pushed through the wall.
Yeah.
Like that. Like as a kid, I'm like, that's so
He
scary.
lives in the walls.
But then you like watch it as an adult, and you're just like, oh, he's just pushing up against a piece of like
rubber.
Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
like, it looks so stupid.
Well, and also, like, I remember, like, Dream Warriors, like, Nightmare on Elm Street 2, it wasn't my favorite. 3, I thought was pretty solid because it hit me at just the right. Dream Warriors had a docking music in it and, you know, a whole thing.
What's the one, like, Freddy's Dead, I think, where they kill him and, like, they bring him into our world to kill him?
Yeah, it's like a meta kind of vibe
That
on
one
the movie.
That one was fun.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the one, maybe it's
Then
the
there's
Wes
New Nightmare.
Craven one, 94. The one where the kids are grown up and the one kid is in like a psych hospital and he has to take the pills so he can't dream. Like they specifically give him pills that make him not dream.
Okay.
And then he like
I think that's a New Nightmare.
He starts to time out when he would take the pills so he could try to fight Freddy and bring people into his dreams. That's one that I remember pretty clearly.
I don't know if anybody remembers the actor David Warner. He was in he was a British actor. He was one of the main dudes in Tron, for people who remember. If you Google David Warner, you might remember him, but he was originally cast to play Freddy Krueger, and they did some makeup tests and they did some other things, and they were like, it's not going to work out for this guy. And so they got Robert Englund, who was a classically trained actor. And Robert Englund, if you ever get a chance, if he ever corners you in a bar, by the way, which he did me. My wife worked on a movie years ago with him, and they had the wrap party at this bar in Medina. And he cornered me and was chatting with nice man, very nice. But he talked to me for an hour about, he wanted everybody to know that he was classically trained because he was so associated with Freddy Krueger that he kind of made a deal with the devil. Like, he didn't know that was going to be what it became. So on the one hand, he's like, yeah, I'm glad I got to play him. On the other hand, he's like, you know, I'm playing Hamlet and stuff. He's like, people don't know what else I can do. So he really got kind of typecast.
I think you're right, Bill, that it was New Nightmare because then Freddy vs. Jason came out not far after that. And I remember being so stoked to see Freddy vs. Jason.
Them go after each other.
Yeah.
And then it was kind of a turd.
Wes Craven's New Nightmare, that was the one where the actors played themselves, right?
Yeah. And then wasn't there another, like...
There's Freddy versus Jason.
And then wasn't there another one after that where it was
The
like...
reboot. The last original one was Freddy versus Jason. And that was like...
2003.
Yeah.
There
then
wasn't
they rebooted
another
it.
one where there was more than one monster? Where it was like 3 or 4 of them going at it?
No, I don't know about that.
Maybe not.
I think
Okay.
you're thinking of just the parody videos where they do Backstreet Boys.
I'm just
Street
thinking of the
Boys.
T-shirts that say Friends, and it has all, it has all the.
But I thought the reboot was better than it needed to be. Jackie Earl Haley, I thought, was real good in it.
Jackie Earl
and, you know,
Haley was good in it, but I just feel like it just didn't hit. It just wasn't scary because we weren't kids anymore.
Right. Yeah. And they were really up against it with that source material, too.
Yeah.
But it had a lot of good people in it. It had Connie Britton and what's his name? Mr. Krabs, Clancy Brown. He was in it.
Mr. Krabs.
You know? So, yeah. Anywho.
So he's gonna get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
No, you trying to make the Freddy Krueger joke.
But that's why I brought it up, is because you said Freddy Krueger.
Yeah,
actor
Robert Englund is getting a star, yeah.
star.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep, he's finally getting recognized.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, David Warner was the guy who got decapitated by the glass in The Omen. Thank you. Speaking of movies that are better than they needed to be, there's one called The First Omen. It's a prequel to The Omen. It was real good. I enjoyed it. It's on, I don't know what it's on, Shudder or something, but Recipe for a Ghost, Mary, is at the Agora this weekend. You going to be able to hang around for that? I'm playing them on 2 hours to midnight.
Depending on the day, because I got my shows in Chicago and Royal Oak.
How about Ghostface from Scream as a reference? Again, it's around the
That's
boiler
so
room.
sad.
It's got to be but you also got to be in the boiler room.
That's the only reason I use that line, is that I talk about living in a garden apartment, which is just a basement. And
I think
you
that
have to
was
walk
just
through the boiler room to
happened
get
to be
to it.
a weird crowd
Yeah.
that didn't get that. I think most people are going to get Freddy Krueger.
Because the line is where I'm talking about living in the basement and how weird it is to bring men over, and they'd be like, "Who's that weirdo standing next to the water heater?" And I say, "Oh, that's Mr. Krueger, Freddy. Don't worry, he can't hurt you while you're awake."
Right.
Or maybe just scrap the joke.
I could just scrap the joke. It's also not a very good joke, so I'm not that worried about it.
You got to get rid of it.
You know what? Just quit stand-up. Just move home. It's time.
Well, Wes Craven's from Cleveland.
Hey.
Yeah.
You think he's here?
Yes.
Right now?
Right outside.
Wes!
I thought you guys were in the studio with a window.
Come on
Let me
over
in.
here.
Kevin Bacon got
trying to get
folded
into
in a bed in
Superman.
Jason. No, Kevin Bacon got the arrow through the throat in Friday the 13th. In the
No,
first one.
Johnny Depp got folded in the bed. Yeah. Didn't he? How did
Got straight folded.
Depp die in Freddy Krueger? This is like...
How did the guy... Yeah.
Freddy's arm shoots out of the bed that Glenn is sleeping in and pulls him into the hole. That's what it is. And then blood erupts up out of the bed.
Yeah.
Alan, I teach pre-K in Cleveland. Many of the kids know who Jason... Why would pre-kindergarten kids know who Jason and Freddy are? Because their parents like the movies. They're probably watching them in front of them. Oh, these
YouTube
maniac
Kids is
parents.
wild.
Yeah. Well, it's funny now because all these streamers are merging. So you can go on Disney Plus because it's part of Hulu or Paramount something. You go on Disney Plus now and there's like full-on slasher films.
Yep.
Mixed in with The Simpsons and Star Wars. Mary could have used Groundskeeper Willie.
Even that, though. How old is that?
Well, but he's still an active character in a show.
Yeah.
Try it.
But
it doesn't matter.
You got a bunch you can try.
Yeah.
Groundskeeper Willie.
The whole point is that the jokes aren't very good. I don't really like my clean jokes.
Oh.
I need to write new ones. But I was surprised that they didn't even know. Because I asked them. I said, is that not funny or do you guys not know who I'm talking about? And they were like, we don't know who that is.
And they weren't trolling you.
I don't think so. Because I gave them the option to be like, we just didn't like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I gave you two choices.
Is it A or B?
Yeah, right, yeah.
All right, I got to take another break here. You want to go see GWAR? Well, they're coming to Cleveland on the Stoned Age Tour. 2 hours to midnight, and MMS are presenting GWAR, the Agora, on November the 1st. And I will have those tickets for you when we return.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Don't miss.
Big Sean. Camila Cabello. Doja Cat. Gwen Stefani. Hosier. Keith Urban. New Kids on the Block. Paramore. Shabuzi. The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett. Victoria Monet.
And more.
Don't miss your chance to get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. Right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle Weather Center.
WMMS Weather.
Showers, maybe a thunderstorm for your Tuesday afternoon with highs in the low 80s. Partly cloudy and humid tonight with overnight lows in the mid-upper 60s. For your Wednesday, showers, possibly a thunderstorm, highs near 80.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 55th anniversary, bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road. Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians. Conrad.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
The Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now at Ken Gailey Kia. We've posted prices so you can see your savings immediately. Over 800 Kias on sale. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months. Drive a 2024 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139 lease per month. Forte, $89 lease per month. These are 24-month leases with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, regardless of what you owe. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months at Ken Gailey Kia in Medina, Metzer, Alliance, and Boardman. KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
0 APR, 1667 per thousand financed on a 24 EV6. Leases 20 cents per mile over 10K miles per year, plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee with KMF credit approval. Expires 7/8/24.
Over 30 years ago, a woman from Chicago found herself single when her engagement was called off. She tried to meet people through blind dates and bars, but then it hit her. The most laid-back way to find other professional singles was just meeting them for lunch or a drink after work. Why wasn't there a business to help you do that? She started It's Just Lunch, and the rest is history. To celebrate our anniversary month, It's Just Lunch has a special membership offer during June. Call us at 216-328-9026 or visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com to learn more.
Life needs more Cedar Point, and that's what you get with the 2024 Summer Pass. Get unlimited visits through Labor Day, plus free parking. Enjoy spectacular rides, unforgettable live shows, and drive the sky on Top Thrill 2, the world's only triple-launch vertical speedway. It's all yours for just 3 payments of $25 after initial payment. Online only, plus applicable taxes and fees. But hurry, because this price goes up July 8th. Get your Summer Pass today, only at cedarpoint.com.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event at Kia of Streetsboro. What's that mean? Kia bonus cash on top of our best deals. Get $1,500 Kia bonus cash on select Kia EV vehicles. Get $1,000 Kia bonus cash on select Kia Seltos, Sportage, and Sorrentos. And $500 Kia bonus cash on select Kia Fortes, Souls, Tellurides, and Niros. The best deals of the summer are right now at Kia of Streetsboro with Kia bonus cash on select models. If you're shopping for a vehicle at any other dealership, stop. Get Kia bonus cash now at Kia of Streetsboro, and you could be driving away in your next dream car. Kia of Streetsboro's Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now through July 8th only. Don't wait. Make this summer one to remember with Kia of Streetsboro. KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
These offers are subject to taxes and applicable fees. Residency restrictions apply. For well-qualified buyers, expires 7/8/24. See dealer for additional
Look
details.
at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
You want a sub stacked high with meat and cheese? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want an off-the-charts radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a grizzled cowboy. The sheriff doesn't like the look of me. He challenges me to a duel. We draw, and bang, I go down. But the Jersey Mike sub in my pocket, stacked with layers of meat and cheese, saves me. Everyone cheers. I'm the new sheriff. And I renamed the town Fresh Slicington. Subs always stacked high. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction
on the Stoned Age tour this fall. Special guest Dark Funeral and Squid Pisser. Because why not? It's going to happen Friday, November the 1st at the Agora. You got Halloween the night before and then Guar the next night. Perfect. AgoraCleveland.com is going to have all the details for you. This pair of tickets for you. Guar, November 1, the Agora. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
We've got hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton in moments. I was reading about this past Sunday was the 50th anniversary of the very first World Series of Rock. This was a big, big concert that Belkin and WMMS did back in the day at Cleveland Stadium. Them from the early 70s to, I don't know when the last one was. It was into the 80s. But the very first one was June 23rd, 1974. It was the Beach Boys. It was Joe Walsh. It was Lynyrd Skynyrd. And it was REO Speedwagon. How do you like that action? But obviously the tales of the World Series of Rock, people who remember those shows, there were always these tales of debauchery and drug use and riots, just great stuff. Emerson, Lake and Palmer played, and Chicago and the Stones. Aerosmith broke up after they played World Series of Rock. And Foreigner and AC/DC. I was reading an article about Def Leppard. They were just teenagers. Nobody even knew who they were. Played the World Series of Rock. Scorpions did it. It was the first date that they had ever played in the United States. They could sing in English, but they still couldn't speak any. They were German. Well, they are still German. They didn't stop being German. They were German then, and they're German now. But, you know, there's a lot of bands from other countries who just phonetically learn lyrics. You know, a lot of Japanese metal bands back in the day, they didn't speak English. But they would have American lyricists writing lyrics for them, and then they would just learn them phonetically. But they didn't know English. They didn't even know what they were saying, probably. So the World Series of Rock, which ended in 1980. But the very first iteration of it was June 23rd, 1974, so 50 years ago, as of this past Sunday. I was 3 years old when that happened.
Aww.
And didn't even know what Cleveland, Ohio was. Didn't even know what the World Series of Rock was.
Why would you? You were 3.
Yeah, I just said
I
that,
knew what it
Mary.
was when I was
I
3.
wanted to go to Cleveland to see the World Series of Rock.
Cool Babies knew.
Cool Babies knew.
I was born in '82, and I was like, man, I missed it. Those were my first words.
Dang it.
I go, I missed the World Series of Rock. Really wanted to go.
Mm-hmm. I think Mary should try to put Freddie in the joke. I think they're more familiar with that name. Maybe something like, oh, that's just Freddie. Oh, do you just say Mr. Kruger? Is that what it is?
And then I say Freddie. But I've done it both ways. I say that's Freddie, Mr. Kruger, in case it's not, like, clear that I'm talking about Freddie Krueger.
And still right over their heads.
I've only done that just the one time for that audience. And then I was like, screw every single one of these jokes.
Oh, you've only done the joke once.
No, I'm saying for that audience, for that young of an audience.
I see.
I ran the set.
But it
it's
works
like
elsewhere?
5 minutes. I've run it probably 6 or 7 times now.
Right.
And it gets a mediocre, the whole set gets like an okay response at best.
Oh.
But you also have to understand the places that I'm doing it are not set up for clean comedy. It's like when I'm following a comic who does, and they can do whatever they want, right? But they're doing just every word you could think. Very dirty, horrible material.
But that's cheap. That's a cheap heat.
It doesn't matter. But they're doing that, and then I'm going up like, I'm going to try this now. It's weird to live in New York when
No,
you're
I
from
understand.
Ohio.
I understand.
You know, like, so.
Why is it weird?
It's more expensive, Bill. Didn't you hear?
annoying.
You know about it? It's very intense.
Shut up, Bill.
Yeah, but you know
No.
that it can be just as funny.
Yes, it can be.
The joke that's killing me right now, it's just being used as a sound on social media, but it's Nate Bargatze talking about digging a hole.
It's so funny.
It's so good.
It's so annoying
It's
to
so-
me
'cause it's-
how good
'cause
he
it-
is
but
at
also,
the
like,
most mundane material.
Such a simple thing.
Yes.
Like duh. Yeah.
Yes. Everyone's dug a hole.
Yeah.
And it is a dumb, silly thing to do.
Yeah. And
It's so good.
And it's so hard. And he's so right.
My mom wanted a koi pond. She's kind of finally, at the age where she wants one. So for Mother's Day, we were like, we're going to build it for you. So we got all the stuff and got shovels, and we started digging the hole for it. And I don't know if you've ever dug a hole before, but it's maybe the hardest thing you ever do in your life. You see it on TV and movies, and it's like, I'll just dig this hole real fast. And then you do it in real life, it's like, I guess it's all CGI, because it's impossible. It's so hard that it made me realize this is why so many people get caught when they kill someone with a shallow grave. You hit a point of just like, all right, that's good enough right there, boys. Yeah. Like, well, his hand's sticking out, and you're like, put a leaf over it, dude. I wouldn't have killed him if I knew this hole was that hard. It's so hard that I promise you, my mom's koi pond is above ground.
An above ground koi pond.
So funny.
I love him. Every time I hear him, I'm like, man, he might be my favorite comedian. It was Brian Regan for a long time.
I did an interview with another radio station promoting some shows, and the guy was like, I just watched that Nate Bargatze special. Hope you're funnier than him. I was like, are you kidding?
No one's
and
funnier
then
than
my
him.
whole rest of my interview was like, no, Nate's the best.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, Nate's incredibly fun. I don't know why you didn't like this, but if you don't
It's not for
like
everyone.
Nate, no.
Not enough cusses.
Nate's for everyone. Nate's hilarious. And he's just so effortlessly hilarious.
And yet, a lot of effort goes into it.
Mm-hmm.
Got that quiet power.
Yep.
Are you ready here?
Let's do it. Speaking of bad comedy.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Wilton. Ooh.
All right, my goss guzzlers, get in that hole and get ready for all this goss to get poured all over you. Starting with David Harbour, his wife Lily Allen was on a podcast where she mentioned that she's not feeling all that kinky these days. She attributes her lack of adventurousness in bed to getting sober and says that she regularly turns down his advances where he suggests maybe they should try something new, get a little freaky deaky, and she's like, nah, not into it. According to inside sources, David Harbour said he's okay with things, but deep down, he wishes his wife would try Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
All right, Ben Affleck. He was driving down from J-Lo's house, and he was getting pictures taken of him by the paparazzi, and they're just flashing him with the bright lights. And he stopped his car and gets out and starts scolding the paparazzi and say, guys, that's so dangerous.
I have audio if you want
Oh,
it.
yeah,
You
let's
want
do
the
it.
audio?
Yeah.
Flash your light on someone driving down their driveway. Don't do that. That's dangerous. You don't even know if that's me. You cause an accident.
That's right. Okay, Betty, you're right. I have no idea. You know that, Betty. But you're right.
Stop, man. It's dangerous what you guys are doing. Do you understand? I can't see. You're gonna get somebody hurt doing this. My daughter's coming down here. If you flash the lights on her, you're putting her in danger. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm. But according to inside sources, it's not that he thought it was dangerous. It just reminded him that he was in The Flash.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
And finally, Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan are teaming up again for the Freaky Friday sequel. It is expected to hit theaters in 2025. But according to inside sources, it was hard to get this movie approved because so many Hollywood execs were like, why would we want a movie about two women that are basically the same age switching places?
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Get that, Mary?
I get it.
Are they the same age? They're not the same
No,
age.
Lindsay Lohan's my age.
Jamie Lynn Curtis and
Jamie Lee Curtis and they're obviously not the same age, but according to like in Hollywood, once you get over 30,
yeah,
you're dead.
I see.
Yeah, you're just an old lady to Hollywood executives.
Well, and
Bag.
Lindsay Lohan looks older than she is.
I just watched Mean Girls the other
She's
day.
done some stuff.
Yeah.
So good in that movie.
Yeah.
Cute. My niece and nephew were in town and we watched it. He was like, "Is this a movie for girls?" We're like, "No, it's a movie about high school. It's funny." He wasn't into it. The 10-year-old boy wasn't into Mean Girls.
Man,
I saw it for the
feel
first time a couple of years ago. We were back in the hotel room during Rock on the Range, and Mean Girls was on, and we
It's
were
funny. It's
taking a
good.
break.
It's very funny.
And that was the first time I'd ever seen it.
I watched Talladega Nights the other day.
Yeah.
It's still so funny.
So good.
It's so funny.
But yeah, my nephew, he's 10, so he's not like into boobs yet.
The boobs weren't doing it for him.
We
'Cause
watched
there's some good cleavage in that movie.
We watched Dumb and Dumber, and then the scene where
saw.
where he pulls up Mary's skirt in his fantasy. Jim Carrey pulls up Mary's dress, and you see her butt. He like hit his face. He was like, "Ew, no!" So he's very much like girls are gross still, you know.
He's not there yet.
He's not there yet. He's only 10.
Because if Lauren Holly's ass doesn't do it for you,
What will?
30 years ago, what will?
Boobs.
Yeah, okay. Alex Jones, by the way, I wasn't sure if that was going to be in Perez Bilton.
I don't like,
They
like
have
him as a celebrity.
Yeah, well, he's famous.
He's famous, but he's not like.
But he is. They have determined that the judge has decreed that InfoWars will be liquidated. It will be shut down and liquidated. And you'd think under normal circumstances, by the way, in a situation like this, there might be some angel investor waiting in the wings. But I think Alex Jones has proven, even in the bonkers MAGA world, where there is no bottom, where there's nothing too crazy, the Sandy Hook thing,
That's
it's
too
like,
much.
it's too much for somebody to come along, I think, and go, here's a bunch of money to resurrect InfoWars. I mean, at that point...
No, please don't stop. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
I need
but
you
this
to
was
continue.
This was his thing, too. So, I mean, if somebody came along, they'd be the ones calling the shots, and I can't imagine that's something he wants. But otherwise, I don't know what you do. You set yourself up with an iPhone in your bathroom and just stream to... He got deplatformed to most places.
I was going to say, can he even?
I don't know. Just, I don't know anymore because, people that you think are gone, they're never gone. So who knows? Somebody always crawls out of the woodwork to resurrect their god-awful empire.
You hear about the dark web. How do you get to the dark web? 1. 2.
Why do you want to get to the dark web?
Could he broadcast there?
Could he Yeah, but I mean...
Is this a thing?
Preaching
it's
to
a
the
thing,
choir.
right? People buy illegal stuff on the dark web.
Well, you got to have a...
It's like a program that you have to get to.
The Tor router, yeah. So that you're...
What is it?
Well, it's something that protects you against being tracked. It's so the internet traffic that you're in is encrypted. It's where, you can be looking for things that can't be tracked.
Let me explain to you what I thought the dark web was, or what I think it is. I thought it was like you get some secret code, or I don't know what a VPN is, but you probably get one of those, and you get
VPN is just a different way to route your. So, like, people who want to watch television that isn't available here, they want to watch. You can get a VPN and it can route you through
Canada.
UK. And,
Okay, so then maybe that's not what it is. You get some kind of a code, and they're like, use this code at this specific website, and then it takes you to like Google, but for illegal stuff. And none of that can be tracked, and and it's chat rooms.
Well, here's what I think.
And
what I think is
bad
important.
people.
And again, I'm obviously no internet whiz, but there isn't a corner of the web that cannot be tracked now. So a lot of it, people are getting scooped up on the dark web all the time. So you can, depending on how depending on how much acumen you have with making sure that you're not tracked, just shy of like the hacker community.
Right.
There are very few places you can go now that you're not going to be tracked. I mean, what do they say about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency? You know, well, it's decentralized, so nobody can find out. It gets stolen all the time. People's crypto wallets get emptied out all the time by bad actors. People are going to find things they want to find, and they're going to find you in there looking for things you don't want other people to know you're looking for.
So that's my question then. Can he set up a website somewhere in the dark web? I sound like a boomer.
No, I'm sure he could. I'm sure he could.
If he's kicked off of the regular internet,
yeah,
is there still an outlet for him?
He could be on a Tor browser, and he could be, but you're going to have those people as your audience. You're preaching to the choir.
Does.
Well, but there's all kinds of people out in the universe that aren't on those kinds of browsers.
I guess that was my question.
Back in the day. I mean, Alex Jones initially built his empire because he was on AM radio stations. Yeah. He was a syndicated radio show. That's how he built the audience. Then you move them over to YouTube, or you move them over to your platform when every one of these stations drops your ass because you're bonkers.
Could he just get like a CB radio?
A ham radio?
A CB radio. I'm sure he could.
Isn't that the thing truckers use?
The Citizens Band? Yeah, but you're not going to get a lot of...
Couldn't he just like go to a shack and be like, everyone who wants to hear me, get a CB radio and tune it to this station? Or is that not how those work?
But you're not going to make money doing that.
But he wouldn't
How do you
lose his
monetize?
audience.
Right, but you only care about your audience if you're selling them dumb supplements. That's how he's making his money.
He starts a cult.
He wasn't making his money. Well, Trump's already got that sewn up.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what MAGA already is. So you got to have a platform where people can find you, and then you can move them over to your thing. I think he was running, when he was a young man in Austin, he was doing cable access television. That's how he initially got noticed. And then people were like, oh, it's, AM radio. They put him on some of those.
So it's just about money for him. He's not looking to keep a fan base so he can have some weird...
Well, you're trying to pay for... You have a nut if you're running something like InfoWars. Yeah. I mean, he's got... Yeah, whatever you think of him, I mean, he had a whole production going on there. You have to pay for that. That's why you're selling all these dumb supplements. That's where he made his money.
Yeah. I didn't know how much...
But you got to keep... With an audience like that, you got to keep throwing them raw meat. That's the trouble with these people who make, like the TikTok trad wife girl, okay? Who dropped the N-word.
Oh, I didn't see that.
This is a couple of weeks ago. There's one of these trad wife accounts, some girl, young girl. For people who aren't hip to trad wife, it's short for traditional wife. And it's mostly right-wing people who are like, women should be at home making pies and all this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And there was a girl, I think in Memphis or something, probably mid-20s, and she didn't want people to know that, in fact, she was a single mom. But she was running a trad wife TikTok account, and she casually dropped the N-word. And it got her thrown off TikTok or whatever. Well, the trouble with that is the only people who are going to come to your defense are people who really like that kind of stuff. So now you're in bed with that audience.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, that's where you got to go. And so you got to keep feeding those people raw meat. And so it'll get worse and worse and worse.
And then they go, the First Amendment, and then people they don't understand what the First Amendment is.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take long to find out what it is.
Right, but
if you want to remain willfully ignorant, that's fine.
Well, people love remaining willfully ignorant.
Well, right, but then you can't say you don't know what something is.
Right, but then but they go, oh, I got fired because they took away my First Amendment rights. Like, no, that has to do with the government, not your private employment.
Yeah.
So annoying.
So, again, I don't know what Alex Jones will do. I don't know what his options are,
right.
But they are the bankruptcy judge ruled that his personal assets will be liquidated and that InfoWars will be shut down and liquidated. The company is called Free Speech Systems.
I didn't know if he was cuckoo bird enough to just want an audience. You know what I mean? Like, I have such important things to say. People need to listen to me regardless of if I'm making money off of it.
Well, I just don't know what else you do.
Yeah.
It's not like this guy... I don't think he's a lawyer or anything.
Skilled.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, if you've been a public figure for 40 years, but what else do you do? So I don't know.
You get a CB radio show.
I mean, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You got a CB radio show. We'll find out.
Right.
Over and out. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. Oh, I got a break. You can text me for anything, 35192. I'll have Cedar Point passes for you a little bit later on. And you can listen wherever you are in that iHeartRadio app. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal had her last divorce hearing to finalize everything yesterday. Don't know if it went through or not. The judge asks your husband, what now?
For road work between 90 and Cedar. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Ken Ganley Auto Group.
Hey, Mackenzie here. We've got the inventory and we're making deals at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall. Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way.
Well, they held on as long as they possibly could. You might have passed a random Rite Aid here and there, but they've been winding them down, and it's over and out for Rite Aid. They're going to shut down the remainder of the Rite Aid locations in Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. And apparently they're selling all of their pharmacy medical data to Walgreens. That's where the big money is now, when you get the medical data. When you get the, not necessarily the data, but like the prescription accounts for people who are going to that particular pharmacy.
There's one on Snow that's shut down. I was driving to my sister's house the other day, and I was like, Rite Aid.
There was one at like Clegg and Center Ridge maybe in Westlake, and this would have been a year ago or something, and I just had to grab something really quickly. It was on my way to somewhere else, and I was like, I'm going to run into Rite Aid. I didn't even, it was early in the morning, I was oblivious to the signs on the windows that said like everything must go or something. Yeah. And I walked in there and didn't realize that's what was going on, and it was like a bomb had gone off.
Oh, yeah.
Like the greeting cards, there were like 3 of them left.
Yeah.
I go, what the hell is going on in here?
Just envelopes.
Yes. So that has finally come to pass. For a long time, Rite Aid was like the spot. If you needed a place.
It's probably like the first pharmacy that I remember.
I mean, I grew up in Walgreens country. I mean, Walgreens is headquartered in Chicago, but like when I lived in Pittsburgh, there's a chain called Eckerd. I don't know if they're still around. A lot of these things merge. You got Duane Reade in New York and on the East Coast. But like Rite Aid, you could usually find just about anywhere, as I recall. But those are all going away. So CVS and Walgreens are still around, but even the CVS's have. Walgreens might end up being the last man standing. I don't know. Guardians win last night. It's 3-2 over the Orioles. Tonight, 6:05 is when we will get out of here, make room for your pregame coverage. 6:35 is first pitch tonight there at Camden Yards. The catch of the evening might have been the guy who caught
I saw that.
the Naylor foul ball with his bare hand. He reaches out his right hand. He's got a drink and his phone in the other.
Mm-hmm. Just snacks it. He's like all by himself.
Yeah.
Just in the upper deck.
Top of the third, Naylor yanks a foul ball about 109 miles per hour.
The guy just grabs it very casually, just like, boop,
But it's not going that fast by the time it gets up to him.
It's still going fast.
Still going
I mean,
fast,
still, even if it's going slow, you got to reach up and grab
Spin
it.
on it. There's good deception. Josh Naylor whacks one down the line and way foul. Yeah. And caught by the one guy up there. who's got a drink and a phone in his hand. What? Got it in the hat? No, he just barehanded it.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Terrible.
That's insane.
That's insane. He is the only guy out there. A guy named Tim Byer, who was there in the corner there of the upper deck. And
Look at this guy.
he was a high school baseball outfielder 25 years ago. He won a state championship at Chesapeake High School back then. And, of course, they wanted to talk to the guy.
I'm here with Tim from Pasadena. Tim, we saw the catch. It was phenomenal. Now you're here with who are you here with?
Here with my wife and daughter. They weren't here for the catch, though. They were down in the bouncy house. And
Yeah, priorities.
Absolutely, priorities, for sure.
Are you aware that a national online publication has already nominated you for Fan Catch of the Year?
I don't know. Would that come with the contract? Is Rex Barney still around? I could go for that.
You definitely get a contract for that. Now, you're a high school baseball player, am I right?
I did 25 years ago down in Chesapeake High School in Anne Arundel County.
Outfielder?
Outfielder. State champs 97, baby.
Now, you caught the ball with your right hand. Your right-hand thrower. So that's tough because normally we're accustomed to catching with our left hand.
But when you're good, you're good.
Now, can I? Because Kevin Brown probably had his best call of the year. Kevin Brown gets great calls. He was more excited for you than he was for Gunnar Henderson home run.
Sure. I was more excited for the Gunnar Henderson home run, for sure. We need another one.
Definitely right now.
For sure, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to play color commentator on this.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm giving you all the points because the ball traveled a long way and a lot of velocity was gone. By the time you got it, a lot of velocity was gone. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was like nothing.
Yeah, it was not a laser, right?
Oh, yeah, nothing. No big deal.
How many games you come to?
I mean, we're 30 games a year, and for 30 years, and never caught a foul ball. So, yeah, for
That's
sure.
your
First one.
And you made national TV. Hey, man, thanks a lot. Enjoy the rest of the game, my friend.
Boy, imagine your wife and your kid are in the bouncy house, and you're on television catching that ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I didn't realize there was a Pasadena, Maryland. I mean, it's not like I know every single town in Maryland, but I didn't know that Pasadena was a city in Maryland. Wonder if we have a bureau chief in.
You think he was already like the Peakton High School guy, and now it's even worse?
I thought he was pretty cool about it,
He
though.
was
He's like,
pretty
hey,
cool.
yeah, it was a long time ago. I wasn't getting that vibe off of him. He was
Okay.
just right place, right
And
time.
was funny about it.
Yeah.
Like the whole, when you're good, you're good. Like he's
Self-deprecating.
having fun with it.
about it, yeah. But I'll tell you what. Here's my hot take. Had his wife and kid been there, it never would have happened. This is a guy on his own. Wife and the kid are right.
Mhm.
He didn't go with them.
Yeah.
He didn't take the kid to the bouncy house. He's like, and
That's women's work.
well, but this is also a guy. He says he goes to 30 games a year.
Yeah.
That's a lot of games.
He's a big baseball fan.
Big fan. Big Birds fan. So, yeah, this guy, he might, it's not as salacious. I was going to say he might displace the Hawk Tua girl, but I guess it's apples and oranges, isn't it?
And he's not as hot.
He's a good-looking dude, though.
He's not a 22-year-old girl who's hot. Talking
Well,
about
But it's two different audiences.
lettuce,
It's
yeah.
two different audiences.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing.
Have you heard the Hawk Tua remix? I like that
Hey,
one.
which one? There's a million.
Yeah. The 12-inch dance remix.
Spit on that thing.
Where's the drop?
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. Spit on that thing.
There we go. Oh, Hawk Tua girl. Haley the Hawk Tua girl.
I toured my girlfriend last night and she was dying laughing.
I got a email from Melanie. She goes, "Hey, I saw this coming home from work, the marquee or the sign there in Barberton, east of Chicago Pizza. Their sign there says Hawk Tua on our large sausage."
Oh, God.
Trying to move some pizzas there out east of Chicago. Boy, they are east of Chicago.
I didn't know those were still around. That was like my favorite.
I think there's like a
pizza.
couple
That was
of
like
them.
the trendiest. Like
I love.
when I was in like
Chicago
middle
pizza.
school and high school. If you didn't get that, everybody's like, "Your party sucked."
Right.
Oh, really?
I didn't even think it was that good, but I didn't
loved
want to
it.
be ostracized.
Do they still have Old Chicago? You ever been to one of those?
No.
It's called Old Chicago.
Yeah, I've heard those.
There was one near, there was one in Lansing. You know, my older kids go to Michigan State, and one time I was there.
I love pizza.
And I went in to eat one time. And then the next time I was there, it had, when I was in there was like nobody in there. And it's good. But the next time I was there, I'm like, this place has completely closed down. I didn't know if they had them in Ohio.
I don't remember that.
They do not, according to this. Nope. Basically everywhere else, but not in Ohio. Pizza and tap room. Hey, people pointing out that CB radio, you have to be really close to other people. So that wouldn't really work for Alex Jones's purposes if he's going to have a second or third act after this bankruptcy judge determined that InfoWars was, in fact, going to be dismantled and sold off for parts, I guess. But there might be somewhere he can pop up. I was reading about how flat earthers are getting their own, well, they call it a reality television show, but if you're a flat earther, you're pretty removed from reality. But, you know, these streaming platforms, they're looking for warm bodies, right? They're looking for stuff to put in front of people's eyeballs. And so a channel, I don't know which yet, but there's a new reality TV show in the works that will pay conspiracy theorists money to prove that the Earth is shaped like a Frisbee. It's part docuseries, part competition show. Now, this is the best kind of prize to offer because it can't be won. You can't win a $50,000 prize proving that the Earth is flat.
And that's it? Like a scientific anomaly that has a whole community of people, 50 grand?
They will supply conspiracy theorists with $50,000 worth of resources to conduct, quote, research. And then they will present their findings to a panel of scientists, cartographers, and for whatever reason, theologians. They can convince a majority of the judges that the Earth is indeed flat. They will win a cash prize.
Oh,
now, it's a prize that can't be won, obviously. But I guess there's some new streaming app that's free that's called The Network. And I would have to imagine they don't have a lot of content yet. Probably haven't signed any licensing deals if they're doing this. But this is a good way to get people talking about it and to, you know. So if you, let's say you are a flat earther, there's an opportunity there.
Even if you're not a flat earther.
Well, you got to really love that nonsense to drill down and try to prove it to a panel of judges.
Okay, but when they say cite your sources, are you allowed to cite flat earth sources? Like they're not going to be research developers or like scientific journals. They're
Well,
gonna be
but
like,
that's the point.
I saw on
You-
Wikipedia.
I guess you would have to, it sounds more like, you know, what a lawyer does.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to have to convince a panel of judges this information proves that the Earth is flat.
What
But I
if
mean,
you're a scientist who gets turned? What if you're one of the judges and you're like, oh man,
What could
it's
possibly do
making
that?
a lot of sense.
What would be compelling enough evidence that the Earth was flat?
I don't know. I haven't heard it.
My thought is always, you know, I know conspiracy theories in general are fun because it makes you feel important and pretend that there's information that you found that other people don't have. But I always thought flat Earth was weird because there are so many more interesting ones you could go after. I guess maybe people feel like they've squeezed every little bit of juice out of the Kennedy thing, as old as that is. Moon landing's pretty lame, too. There's got to be a couple that if you really drill down, you could be like, yeah, okay. Like you might have a chance of convincing people. You're not going to convince reasonable people who have eyeballs that the Earth is flat. But, you know, like do a deep dive on Epstein. I know there's too many, for the conspiracy theory crowd, there's too many skeletons really in the Epstein situation that they don't want unearthed. Understand that, but still.
There's a very funny guy who goes.
Boy, he better be.
He goes viral on TikTok because he plays this character that's a conspiracy theorist as a drug dealer. So, like, you pull up in your car, like, in a shady area, and this guy in a tinfoil hat comes up. He's like, 3rd time this week. What are you looking for? And the guy's like, I don't know, man. You got to surprise me. He's like, you want to hear about blah, blah, blah. And he goes, he's like, you want to hear about JFK and all his mistresses? He's like, nah, man. I got that 2 weeks ago. I need something better. And so it's really funny.
It's the same thing. You got to feed the beast.
Yeah, it's like a 12-part series about how that's all that they are. That these people are drug dealers for the... And he just comes up with wild, crazy things.
You're always
It's very
chasing that
funny.
first high.
Yes. It's really funny.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if
It's really funny, but it's also so
cusses in it.
depressing.
It is, well, because it's real, and it's.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes me laugh so hard is that I'm like, this is my brother. This is my MAGA
dad,
brother. Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe that the Earth is flat.
No, but he believes in some of the bigger 9/11's an inside job. He fully believes.
Oh,
that
he does.
That was done by George Bush, and
To what end?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't entertain it.
No, but I mean, but he would have an answer.
I've never asked it. When he starts going on, I'm like, I don't have the energy for this.
Huh.
And then
I have to assume he begins these tirades unprompted.
No, not always. Sometimes it'll always end up
How the
coming
hell do you
up.
get on 9/11?
I don't know, man.
They always have a way to bring
there's a
things
way
up.
for
No,
it to
that's what I
come
mean.
up.
Like, literally, like
he would, but she said no. He doesn't bring them up. How does that come up in
I'm saying if
casual
we're
conversation?
talking about anything, or like me living in New York or whatever. So like,
oh, the towers there
yeah.
in New York.
One of my favorite times, we were all sitting around. My brother was in town from Idaho, and my sister still lived here, and we're all just sitting around the fire, and there was a lull, and my dad goes, "It's crazy what happened to Mike Lindell." And then, like, it was around the time that he was attacked or whatever.
Yeah.
And then we all just like looked at each other, and we're like, "No, we're not taking the bait, Dad."
You don't go, what happened to him?
No, we didn't want to, because we don't want to engage.
Yeah, but sometimes I'm curious to hear what they think.
No, I don't want to.
It's
I don't want to.
I understand that too.
Because it's depressing when that's your dad. That's like, this is a guy that he admires.
Yeah. The pillow guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
See, the other one that my brother firmly believes in is that there's like 3 people in the world that control all the money. That will,
And let me guess, they're all Jewish.
No, I don't know about that. But that like we'll never ever know who they actually are. But there are like less than, maybe it's not 3, but less than 10 people who are basically puppet masters. That they're like.
But why does it have to be such a small group? There are obviously, in general, things are run by very, very wealthy people.
And he's saying
you don't need more than that.
He's saying even those people report to these 10 people.
But why that extra level? Why does it? I mean, 10's a nice round number, commandments, and but why does? I'm always curious. Why does there have to be a small, like a triumvirate of people?
Because they're bad people, and they cause all the wars, and they are the ones who
all the
profit
wealthy,
off of that.
But all the billionaires already have a hand in that. We don't need it
But
to.
the billionaires report to the secret 0.00001% quadrillionaires.
And why that?
They're evil?
They're evil.
I don't know.
Oh.
But I'm saying those are the 2 I hear about a lot. Is the 9/11 one and that like 5 people in the whole world control all the money and make all the decisions for everybody. That even politicians everybody reports to those to some degree to those 5 people.
I see. 5 people. I mean, you'd think with a number that small, if there are hundreds of billionaires around the world, it's easy to fade into the hedges when you're one of 100 or 200 or 300. It's real hard to hide when you're one of 5.
But nobody knows who they are.
Somebody would know who they. But
That's
somebody
what
would
I've
know
said.
who
And
they
he's
were.
like, no, they're so hidden. They'll never be discovered. They'll never be like put out to the public.
I see.
That even the 100 billionaires don't even know who they're reporting
He's thinking
to.
of like Dr. Evil living in a mountain.
Yes.
I see.
I think.
Huh.
They're so remote and they're just pulling strings.
And how does that affect his life?
They affect everybody's life.
Oh.
All day long.
All right. Well. All right. I got a break here. I will have Cedar Point passes for you on the way back when I get over to Cedar Point. Well, of course you do. And I will help you do that here shortly. CedarPoint.com. Want to get up to speed on everything that they got, pardon the pun, going on over there. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaboration.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Don't miss.
Big Sean. Camila Cabello. Doja Cat. Gwen Stefani. Hosier. Keith Urban. New Kids on the Block. Paramore. Shabuzi. The Black Crowes. Thomas Rhett. Victoria Monet.
And more.
Don't miss your chance to get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a chance of showers and thunderstorms down to 70. Tomorrow, showers, possible thunderstorm, high of 76. Sunny Thursday, high again, 76.
This report is sponsored by COSI, Center of Science and Industry.
Explore the riveting story of the Titanic at COSI this summer. Titanic, the Artifact Exhibition, includes authentic artifacts, personal accounts, and beautiful recreations. But it's only open for a limited time through September 2nd. Tickets are on sale now at cosi.org.
You to the world of stuff they don't want you to know.
We've officially entered the age of biohacking.
History is riddled with unexplained events.
Is somebody messing with us?
Now, it's time for some answers.
Take us to the edge of the rabbit hole. We'll do the rest.
Listen to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff They Don't Want You to Know and start listening.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go to Cedar Point. I got a couple of tickets here for you. 18 roller coasters, 3 dedicated kids areas, an 18-acre water park, a mile-long beach, and lots more. Maybe it's been a minute since you've been to Cedar Point. Maybe you're not up to date on everything that's going on out there. I know I haven't been out there in a bit. Be out there all day. Still not take everything in. You can buy your season pass today to grab unlimited visits to Cedar Point, Cedar Point Shores, cedarpoint.com. Always has the information and tickets and all that. I'll throw you a pair here. Caller 10. These two are for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go? Jamaica, off the Florida Keys. There's a place called Kokomo. That's where
What movie? It's got famous from a movie.
Weekend at Bernie's.
No. But it was an 80s movie, I think.
Oh. Top Gun.
Fox, you're close.
Oh.
Same star. A Foxy Elizabeth.
Cocktails?
Cocktail. With Thomas Cruise, Maypother IV, and Elizabeth Shue. God, she was foxy. Most recent thing I saw Elizabeth Shue in was the first season of The Boys. Still looks great. Kokomo, of course, a big song for the Beach Boys back then. But also a town in Indiana. You know, we were just in Bloomington for a long weekend.
I've been there. Kokomo, Indiana.
It's about an hour north of Indianapolis, is Kokomo, Indiana. And they are in the news because a former high school teacher has been charged with a whole lot of gross stuff. And they allude to some of it.
Teacher in Kokomo is behind bars tonight, accused of paying students to perform sexual acts.
Fox 59's Hannah Foldman spoke with the law firm representing some of the survivors who are now pressing charges.
54-year-old Charles Jansen is now facing a level 4 felony charge for vicarious sexual gratification with a child under 14 years of age. Indiana State Police Peru Post say Jansen was taken into custody on Sunday without incident. We spoke with a few of the victims' families and friends off camera about what happened. They believe the abuse has gone on for years, and there are other young victims who have yet to come forward. According to court documents, Jansen reportedly groomed multiple students in the mid-2000s and early 2010s. These reports came from former students at Taylor High School where he used to teach. We spoke with Gregory Laker, a partner at Cohen and Malad LLP, who leads the firm's sexual assault practice group, about this case.
It's sickening, but unfortunately it happens far too often. And we find that sexual predators like Mr. Jansen tend to find positions that allow them to work with children.
Now that his case is finally coming to light, more people are speaking out about the abuse over the years.
I can't get into any specifics, just that victims are coming forward and reporting the incidents, and it sounds like it's more of the same of things that happened back in 2011.
And by
So
more
that
people
guy
speaking
can't
up,
get into
experts say it's
specifics,
helping
but the
protect
article on
other
the
young
guy
people
can.
from the
The,
abuse.
I think the biggest thing is that it's
phrase
going to
there is
protect
vicarious sexual gratification is what this guy. I don't know how this guy got away with this kind of stuff for as long as he did, because they're talking about going back to the mid-aughts.
He would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those damn kids.
Damn kids.
And that pesky dog.
54-year-old Charles Jansen has been charged with one count of that vicarious sexual gratification. The word is from the students that he reportedly paid them to pee and ejaculate into bottles, to spit in his drinks, to give him their used clothes and shoes.
I could have been getting paid to spit in my teacher's drinks. I would have done
Ain't nobody
that.
gotten paid yet.
That was definitely something. We'd spit in the coffee drinks. I've never did that, but I do know a kid that did, and it was really upsetting.
How was school today, honey? Oh, it was good. Mr. Jansen asked me to pee in his drink again.
Made $50.
What do you mean again? All I had to do was pop off in his Snapple, and he gave me $50. In April 2023, a former student there at Taylor High School in Kokomo gave a statement to the Indiana State Police. I'm going to sneeze. All this sexy talk here is getting my sinuses working overtime.
You want me to sneeze in your Dr. Pepper or your Mountain Dew?
No, I'm drinking water now.
Oh, you want me to spit in it?
No, thank you. No, I'm not.
Bring it over here.
I don't have $50 on me. Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Hawking a lug. The teacher was a language arts teacher, and he reportedly groomed the student to perform certain vicarious sexually related acts for money to satisfy Jansen's paraphilic and masochistic sexual desires.
Oh, go to therapy.
Like that. I know, man. These people, like, Jesus. I mean, come on, man. I've been a teacher there for a while. So this guy got off on people doing stuff to his drinks. And,
You think it was just kids, or you think he was like sending food back all the time to try to get someone to spit in it?
It sounds like the kids were the part of it. Except what kids are... They were talking about, they charged him with this kind of stuff for children under 14, but this guy was a high school teacher.
Freshmen could be 13 or 14.
13?
Yeah, I was 13.
I was 15 when I got to high school.
I turned...
As a freshman? No.
I turned 14 in November of 8th grade, so I would have turned 15 in November of freshman year. I would have been 14 my freshman year.
I was 14.
I mean, I guess
14, 15 freshman year, 15, 16.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Like for half the year, or if you have a late birthday.
Yeah, okay. I turned 14 that summer and then went
Yeah.
into high school. Yeah, okay.
And some schools also have, like, high school is 8th through 12. Yeah.
High school is 8th grade?
So for some schools.
Really?
Like, there's our...
I've heard of taking like high school classes in the 8th grade, but I've never heard it classified as high school.
Break it up that way.
Huh. Yeah, so the former student said that counseling for many years helped him come to terms with what the alleged actions had done. The teacher offered to help this guy in the college application process and allowed him to hang out in the classroom, talk to him about football, and then he offered him money to sell him his old jerseys and shoes. And the teacher would reportedly also ask the student to smash his sandwich and spit in his drinks for money. Jansen, who requested that the student call him a bitch. Okay, I'm going to need you to pee in this bottle, and can you call me a bitch?
Call me a bitch.
While
when
I
you do
drink
it?
it, yeah.
While I drink. I'm going to guzzle this in front of you here. And if you could just mock me while you...
He should have just switched districts. There's definitely places he could have been where kids would have just been calling him a bitch and spitting in his drinks. No problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without request.
Requested the student call him a bitch, offered him $5 to $10 to urinate in bottles for him.
5 to 10. So what? He says 5. The student says 10. They say $7.50.
$7.50, and they agree on it. Yep.
Unless the kid's bad at math.
They go, okay.
He's like, fine, 12.
How about 3? All right. In some cases, Jansen would ask the student to urinate after he had sex, telling the student...
After the student had sex?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That there would be traces of semen in the urine. So this is a student who...
He sounds like he's on the
gets
football
going.
team.
He's on the football team, baby.
Banging.
After each transaction, the teacher would require the student to sign a receipt, something the student said he did not know the purpose of.
Tax
but
write-off.
other, yeah.
Right?
Hey, can I write off semen tea? Is there any way that I can do that? I had a student do this for me, and
Teachers are always bitching about buying their own supplies. And this guy's like, I know. I paid $500 last year for the pee. And I'm like, what?
I'm sorry?
The
You mean
pee.
tea?
The
No,
tea.
pee.
Yeah, no, the
Yeah,
classroom tea.
The pee, yeah. Well, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, no.
I feel like we're saying the
They
same
were
thing.
taking specimens of male semen and they were putting it in the blends of their lattes.
That's where the guy got the idea.
Lattes.
The lattes. So, yeah. The student reported the behavior to school administrators. Hey, this teacher's asking me to urinate in bottles.
And I don't gotta go.
Bro, I'm dehydrated. We got 2 days.
Yeah. An individual confronted Jansen, the teacher, after he'd been fired from the high school and was hired at
The middle school.
St. Patrick's Catholic Church in Kokomo, because of course he was.
Yo.
And the individual recorded the conversation. And the information was on that tape. The urine and semen in the bottles for money.
Not a drag queen.
Providing shoes to the teacher so that the teacher could, quote, lick them clean.
Oh.
Spitting in his drink. Chewing
Inside
up.
or out?
Huh?
Inside or out?
What?
Inside or out of the shoes? Was he licking clean?
Providing shoes so he could lick them probably outside? I don't know. Chewing up food and spitting it back in the wrapper so Jansen could eat it.
Come on, dude. I'm going to puke.
Urinating in a crock pot. You know, I've been trying to nail my chili recipe for the longest time, and I think this guy might have really given me an idea. A little light just went off.
Okay, let's play this out. Mr. Cox, I'd like you to stay after class.
Okay.
You come up to my desk, and I say, I have an extra...
You're the teacher.
I'm the teacher.
Yep.
I have an extra credit assignment for you.
Yeah.
And then I pull out a crock pot and put it on the desk.
Uh-huh.
Pee in it.
Yeah.
You gonna do it?
Yeah.
$5.
You said extra credit.
And extra credit.
Oh, and money?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. He has to pull out a crock pot in the middle of his class?
I guess.
That means he had to come into work with a crock pot, and nobody questioned that?
That's
An
the weird
empty
thing you're
crock pot.
zeroing in on, is that he brought in a crock pot?
My point is, no one's going to question you bringing an empty crock pot into school.
Maybe
he's like, oh,
maybe he brought it in with chili or something, ate the chili, and then he's like, now the crock pot's here. It's time for the pills.
Maybe he said, I brought it in for the home ec class.
He's not a
They're
home ec
down.
teacher.
No, but the teachers all talk. Oh, Miss Jones asked me to bring it in.
And she'd have been like, no.
Maybe it's the Alex Jones defense. He had a whole thing of chili and then forgot what happened with these. His brain was wiped clean. The guy, when he was accused of or faced these charges, said he didn't deny any of the accusations. He just said he was really sorry for how he made the students feel. When they asked him how many young men were putting semen in bottles for him, he said probably 3 or 4.
Oof.
So,
Can you finish if you're under 14?
can you? Yes.
How old does that start?
I mean, I started pulling it when I was 11.
But when does stuff come out?
I think once you hit puberty, right? I mean, you don't really know what's happening. I think once you start, you don't know what's going to happen when you first start.
I was a late bloomer, so I didn't even pull it. As
I mean, I remember
stuff.
stuff.
I was 16.
I remember stuff coming out when I was first starting to get into it. And then once you're in, you're never out.
In for life.
You're never out.
Oh, I tried to quit.
You're
so
in
many
it forever.
times.
Why?
I tried to quit because of
Because
Jesus.
because of Jesus. Because I
Yeah,
knew
but
I
we
wasn't supposed to be doing it.
I guess I never
And
tried
so-
to quit.
Oh,
I was
no,
just like, well, you made me this way, Jesus.
No, I was like, I, can't
I am
keep
as God
doing
made
this.
me.
I can't keep doing it. It's bad, and so I
gotta go to hell.
Quit for a couple hours.
A couple hours, yeah. I'll try to quit again tomorrow. Harder than smoking.
We went through a lot of printer ink those days.
$10. I guess if you're a boy who's doing it anyway, you're 17 and you're doing that all
Yes.
day. You're like, yeah, this is the
See,
coolest
now
thing
It's a
that's
day's
ever
pay.
happened.
Why should I not get
Inflation's not hitting everything.
That's true.
So, yeah, they got this. They're encouraging other students who were impacted by the teacher to come forward. We would like more of you to come forward, please.
There's definitely one student that is like the meme like from We Are the Millers or We're the Millers. He's like, you guys are getting paid?
Right.
Yeah.
I was just doing it. I just did it.
I just need a friend.
Hey guys, you were talking about Elon Musk's baby names, and you were making fun of, oh, this kid's going to be named X4213, whatever. And Alan said, going to school with a bunch of Billies and Tammys. And I was just wondering, when was the last time someone named a baby Tammy? Or Gary, Linda, Mark, names that are like boomer names. I want to know, where are the baby Tammys? Or, maybe like 3 to 4 year old Lindas. Someone could call in, let us know they have a baby Tammy. I'd love that. Because, you just don't really see them anymore. Thanks.
Yeah, my daughter has a Tammy in her class.
Does she?
Yeah.
Brian's ex-wife, one of her kids, the middle name is Tammy.
Yeah.
But that's because it was her
Family
mom's.
name,
It was
probably.
her mom's name,
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, names obviously change with kids, but there's only so many Averys and Rileys and Madisons and
Maddox.
Dylans that we can handle as a
Jackson
society.
and Braxton.
Give me a
and-
break. So it's time for that to come back around. It's time to bring back the Lindas and the Barbaras.
Mhm.
Give me a Clarence,
Yes.
Yeah, bring back your dad's name, Claire Dell.
I mean, that was never a thing. They
I
made
said
that up
bring
out
it
of
up,
whole
right?
cloth.
Yeah.
I mean, a friend of mine named her son Harvey. Yeah. And I was like, oh,
Dog
family name? She goes, nope.
Weinstein.
But I'm like, that might sound strange to our ears, but he's 3.
You don't care.
He'll never know
Baby
that Harvey. Yeah, right. He's a good-looking kid,
Yeah.
Bringing Harvey back. That's a wild pitch right there. So, yeah, there's still, I don't know how many, but like, Beatrice. Well, again, a lot of those end up being family names.
Yeah.
But even those people, I mean, my mother-in-law's name is Barbara. She was a baby Barbara. My ex-wife's middle name is
There was a lot
Barbara.
of Barbara babies.
Yeah, it was the Avery of its day.
There was a baby Mary. Where did I meet that baby? Recently. I was
Well,
somewhere
where
in
did
New
you
York.
meet? Where did you meet a baby?
I was somewhere in New York, and I was talking to a
Ellis
lady.
Island?
No, I was talking to a lady. She was talking about her kid. She had just had a kid, and she named it Mary. And I said, oh my God, that's my name. And she said she picked it because she didn't know of anyone else with a kid named Mary.
Yeah.
I don't know where we were.
There's a baby Billy out there. He's Uncle Baby Billy.
Uncle Baby Billy.
And he's
Bible
much older.
bumpers.
Yeah.
What's the Bible?
Thumper.
Bible
Bonkers.
Bible bonkers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Uncle Baby Billy's Bible bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got to take a break here. Guardians pregame set for 6:05. 6:35 is when your first pitch starts. Second of 3 at Camden Yards. Guardians beat the Orioles last night. Hoping to do it again tonight. So we'll get you into that shortly. 35192 and text me for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Sun's out, buns out, and just
Elk & Elk Traffic Center. If an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk & Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Emergency crews on scene of a wreck, 71 South after West 25th Street, Fulton. Center lanes blocked. That's in the construction zone. Traffic is backing towards the I-90 split. Word of an accident on 490 West near West 14th Street. Construction delays in the local lanes of 271 South between I-90 and Chagrin. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Would you rather have quality or speed? Get both at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Cleveland's trusted oil change provider. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes. We're always quick, but never rushed. Drive in today. No appointment needed.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, you got no plans for dinner? We get set up $50 for the original steak and hoagie's newest location. Grayton Road in Fairview Park, just north of Hopkins Airport. They're going to open 10:30 Friday morning. That's the big opening. Northeast Ohio's most authentic cheesesteaks from Philly to the land. You can get their menu online, steaksandhoagies.com. And get set up for that newest location out there on Grayton Road. $50 for you. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Let's go. Bible bunkers, buzzing in the name of the Lord. Bible bunkers, where Jesus has the highest score. From Abraham and Sarah to Adam and Eve, a little burning bush to an olive tree. Let's go Bible bunkers, God's favorite game. God's favorite game.
God's favorite game, Uncle Baby Billy's Bible Bunkers. God bless Walton Goggins, boy. Guy can do no wrong.
He's so
great in Fallout, great in Justified, great in... I got to dig back into...
Shield.
Oh, God, the Shane Vendrell.
Mm-hmm.
I got to dig back into Vice Principals.
Oh, that's a great.
Because I bailed from that after I was like...
It's only 2 seasons, and
I know.
It moves, and it's funny.
I'm not feeling it, because we finally went back after multiple attempts over many years. I tried to get into Eastbound and Down, and we finally did and kind of pushed through. And so we're almost done with that, but I might go back to Vice Principals.
I love Eastbound and Down.
I mean, a little Danny McBride goes a long way. I think he's a funny dude, but he plays the same guy in everything. He plays he plays a 5-year-old grown man in everything he plays.
Plays it funny though.
Yeah, but it just gets.
There's so many people.
I don't
that play
know
the
because I
same
want
thing.
to.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Don't you look at me with those dead eyes, bitch.
If you've been watching the live stream today, by the way, at AlanCoxShow.com, tip of the cap to Anson Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't hear that name. We're talking about names. Tammy. A lot of Tammys anymore. Whatever. Everybody's blowing me up with old-timey names that they're still around. My kids are Emmett and Lucy. I have a 7-year-old named Genevieve. We named our daughter Maud. Yeah, those are kind of hipstery names too that were kind of coming back for a little bit. My grandchild is named Zelda after the video game. My nieces' names are Prudence and Evelyn. My son will be 4 next month. His name is Arlo.
Oh, Walter Goggins. Okay, he's in
Walton Goggins.
Not Walter.
Sons of Anarchy?
Walton.
He was probably in Sons of Anarchy, wasn't he?
He was, but he's the trans woman.
Oh, that's right.
Because I was like, who is he?
That's
it showed up as Sons of
right.
Anarchy was one of his top build, and I'm like, who the hell does he play? And I was like, oh, he's what's his name's girlfriend.
Not Miggs. The other guy, the dude with the mustache.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Tiggs.
Tiggs?
I thought his name was Tiggs.
Oh, maybe you're right. No, Tiggs was who was the Scottish guy?
Yeah, Tig Traeger.
Oh, Tig. Okay.
That's he plays his trans girlfriend.
Right.
Yes. Because I was like, who the hell is he in it? And then now I'm like, why is Ron Perlman's head so big?
He was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yep.
He's in everything. Anything he's in, he's great.
Django.
Was he in Django?
Is he in a horror movie?
He's in the new season of The White Lotus coming out. A horror movie. He was in the one where
I feel like Brian just watched a horror movie because this guy was in it. Walter?
Walton Goggins.
Is there a different Goggins? Is this the only Goggins?
I believe this is the only Goggins.
Only Goggins I know.
He was in that dumb Mel Gibson Santa movie where Santa's killing everybody with a gun.
That was the one.
Fat
Walton
man.
Goggins can't do anything wrong. I've called him Walter this whole time.
Well, but he's great in otherwise terrible projects.
Yeah.
Right?
Walter Goggins.
The Hateful Eight.
Didn't he have a sitcom for a little bit that I don't think.
The Unicorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like his wife dies, and his friends are trying to get him back on the horse, and all the local ladies think he's super hot, and why isn't he doing it? Yeah, I think that got done right before Righteous Gemstones.
Dude, Shanghai Noon. You guys remember that?
Never saw it.
With Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson.
Yeah, I know.
I never saw it.
One of those they'd never be friends duos that had to come together and fight crime.
Yeah, they kept trying to recapture that Rush Hour magic, but with somebody else, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine being friends with an Asian? The 90s couldn't. The 90s and early 2000s thing, it's crazy. But if you hang out with them long enough, they'll do some
Dude.
karate and save your butt. And they'll be like, they're all right.
When my niece and nephew were visiting in New York, they watched White Chicks. And my nephew is 10, okay? And he looks at me and he goes, when was this movie set? And I was like, excuse me? He's like what time zone? Like, what time of life was this set in? I was like, well, it came out in 2004. And he goes, no, but was that when it was set? I was like, yeah, all of this was okay in 2004. All of the sexism and racism and everything you're seeing, totally normal.
That movie's not funny in any decade. So.
But even he was a 10-year-old, I don't think I should be watching this.
Just makes you feel icky.
Yeah, but I was like,
Not
oh
good.
no, that was all, everything they're saying was totally fine.
Yep.
Everything they're doing was totally normal for that time.
I still never been able to watch that movie.
You're not missing anything. I mean, just irrespective of whether or not it would be considered PC today, it's just not funny. It's
thought it was
not
pretty
funny. Wow.
Back then.
Hey there, little Jimmy. Yeah, what's up, teacher? Hey, can you go get me one of those coffees? Yeah, sure. Make sure you spit in that thing. Let's go.
Yeah, hot tool. Spit on that thing. All right. Yeah, we got to go. Got Guardians pregame here in a couple of minutes, and then they start up again at Camden Yards against the Orioles in Baltimore tonight. What do you have coming up, Wayne?
I'm going to be doing another headlining set at Imposters Theater on the 6th of July. You can get tickets at imposterstheater.com.
Mary Lynn?
I'm going to be in Zany's in Chicago tomorrow. So if you're a Chicago Bureau Chief, come out to that. If you're in the Detroit area, I'll be at Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle in Royal Oak, Michigan all weekend. And then we have an announcement next week for my next Cleveland show. So follow me on social media at Mary Santora Comedy. That's TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook.
Rocky River Park.
Yes! Ding, 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 ding.
On that rock.
Block my view. I stone you.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'm out there on your socials at Alan Cox Show. The program's available for you in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app or whatever podcast machine you use. Want to watch the show? AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit me up via email there for anything else. You need Alan Cox Show stickers. Wherever you are, I'm happy to send them out. And you can leave messages for us. Talkback button is there for your enjoyment on the app or the after hours line if you want to get a voicemail in. 216-986-89